So you're going to, then you're going to start.
Paper.
Open the meeting.
He's going to open.
No, you show the council meeting as well.
Okay. I'd like to call to order the Avalon City Council meeting. Will also be, will include a meeting of the City Council acting as the Housing Authority on Tuesday, June 19th. Will you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? Place your hand over your heart and begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I guess I should do the invocation. Okay. You can stand or sit, it doesn't really matter. I wanted to wish all the fathers in the room and out in the airways, very happy belated Father's Day. Whether you know it or not, you are responsible for 50% of the people that live on this planet. And I just wanted to read a little poem. It's called Children Need a Daddy by Peter Rudenko. Children need a daddy for many, many things, like holding them high off the ground where the sunlight sings, like being the deep music that tells them all is right when they awaken frantic with the terrors of the night, like being the great mountain that rises in their hearts and shows them how they might get home when all else falls apart, like giving them the love that is their sea and air, so diving deep or soaring high, they'll always find him there. You may be seated. Thank you.
Wow.
And may we please have the roll call?
Councilmember Alvarez. Present. Councilmember Hernandez.
Here.
Councilmember Olson.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Cassidy.
Here.
Mayor Marshall.
Here. Well, it looks like we have a big audience today, and Bob Greenlaw, would you like to come up?
Yes, okay. So Bob Greenlaw, Director of Public Works. I'd like to make a quick update, and then I'd like to introduce some of the people that responded to the sewer fiasco that we had, okay? So recall that we had 3 phases complete to restore the Pebbley Beach Road lift station to a condition that is a fully functional facility with redundancy that we would respect for a municipal sanitary sewer lift station. We've completed the first 2 phases, and we have the lift station pumps operating on an automatic condition on a temporary bypass setup that will allow us to excavate and replace the damaged facilities that still remain there. We additionally now have the city's redundant portable bypass pump in a standby position that we normally have it, and it can be moved from lift station to lift station. So we're in good shape there. We started the engineering effort to proceed ahead with phase 3, which is restoring and upgrading the piping system at the lift station, and that's what failed. An old force main that was deep off the discharge system. Additionally, we intend to evaluate the remaining parts of the lift station down in the pump room, make sure that they're all sufficient to keep working for years. And then we also will look at the force mains as we look up and down the system to make sure that they're satisfactory for years of operation. So we also have completed a walkthrough with the insurance and contractor and Island Company representatives to review the scope of the damage to the buildings from the sanitary system overflow. So 7 locations related to the or mostly related to bathroom areas that saw the overflow down in that industrial area off Pebbley Beach Road, and work is scheduled to start this next week on that. So tonight I have asked Public Works and ES Engineering and also our safety personnel that helped us to minimize this major incident for Avalon and keep it so that it was contained. And that was quite an effort, and it spanned over a couple days. So these dedicated individuals worked under considerable pressure to contain at least a 400,000 gallons per day flow. So that was what was coming at us. And that's why we asked for the water to be shut down on that second day, because we'd have to fight that battle with that type of flow. And that helped establish the bypass system and get us into these couple of phases. So it wasn't just that initial couple of days, it was days after that that we were still trying to work into the night when the flows were reduced under pretty tiring conditions for the staff to be able to get this where it is in a setup right now that the town doesn't realize, you know, that we're operating in an automatic mode unless I've told you that it just seems like normal business. So most people, they'd be afraid, I say not most people, some people are afraid just to clean their toilet. So imagine these folks out there, we're fully into it and not in just what your toilet would be diluted. It is full sewage and operating at extreme levels at all hours of the night for long hours and putting ourselves at risk, but coming out with a, you know, with a win on this deal. So I wanted to congratulate, wanted to mention some of the public works staff that were on site. So Jamie Milak, Jeffrey Hernandez, Oscar Tejeda, Frank Rojo, Javier Peguero, Roberto Cisneros, Carl Karstens, Rick Spuel, Phil Hernandez, Luis Rubio, Mark Huakaika, Roger Hernandez, and then ES Engineering had Van Matting, Joe McKenzie, Leonel Talavera, Josh Matting, Mario Perez, Ian Morrison, and Cedric Hobson, and of course all the safety personnel, which I don't have their names written down, but they're all back here and they did a great job. So let's give them a congratulations.
What's that?
Everybody can see him on the camera, right?
Yeah.
Come up here.
Where's the rest of them?
Smile for the camera.
So, any questions on our next steps?
Bob, do we have any idea on yet on the approximate costs of what the whole project, the
No.
emergency, the cleanup, everything?
I have a good gut feeling, but you know, I'll share those when I have some detailed numbers with you. We, you know, of course, we have whatever we did a lot of this with our own staff, so it's just overtime with our own staff. There's those costs. You know, there's $1,000 here or $5,000 there for supplies that came in. Those kind of little pieces. But you know, really, it's this next effort, a little bit of engineering effort that we have our on-call engineering helping me so that I can get this ramped up and done. They're coming this weekend to make sure that we get that done. We get our parts list because a lot of these piping supplies, pressure piping, it's all made to fit. You know, it's all welded steel pipe. So when we get done with that, then we'd be ready to get some proposals for contractors. But hopefully it's, you know, we're just talking right now, setting up this redundant system with piping. It doesn't get too expensive for us to get this fixed right at the lift station. There may be other improvements that we keep on that we're seeing here so that we don't get ourselves in this shape again as we look in the force main or some of the piping on the pump system, because realize that, you know, just like our saltwater system gets corroded, this is putting salt water in our sewer system, and you know, it's really damaging to these facilities, and they don't last as long as we expect them to. So, you know, we need to pay them some love.
And my second question is, where are we in the cleanup efforts?
Cleanup efforts are complete, except for that piece where we're doing the repairs in the bathroom areas of those 7 facilities. 2 of those are pretty major, you know, one being a restaurant and one being, you know, a boating facility. And then the rest were kind of minor, or, you know, probably major to the actual businesses that were there, but in scope compared to those others, it was pretty minor. A little bit of sheetrock, mainly you get, you know, an inch or so of flow on the floor, and some of them, it really was just the bottom of the sheetrock, but you've got to cut it up to a certain height so that you can get rid of that, replace that sheetrock, tape it, paint it. The other ones, it's much higher, you know, as the flow would come out of the top of the toilet, and so it's a lot more major damage in those other facilities.
Thank you.
So Bob, you had indicated that I think you had reached that pipe and had determined that it was pipe failure,
Yes,
the pipe run.
yes.
Do we have the ability to draw any conclusions about the other line of pipe running?
So that's what I said, that we were going to evaluate both inside the well, so 20 feet down in the ground in that concrete, there's a whole pump station. That's the 3 pumps in that lift station, and feeding those pumps are other pressure piping that we're going to evaluate what condition they're in. You know, when you first look at them, you say, yeah, you know, it looks like it's in good shape, but we're actually going to do some forensics on them so that we don't have this problem happen down in the well.
So something more than videotaping as we've
Yeah,
done
oh,
before.
yes. And then there's technology to look at these force mains now. So we'll start at Catherine Lift Station, come down to the Pebbly Beach Lift Station, and go from Pebbly Beach up to the plant and evaluate those force mains. Because we did previously, coming from the lift station, there is a gravity interceptor pipe that's, you know, right before the Pebbly Beach Road lift station, and that has already been replaced, you know, in previous years. Okay?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen
Thanks,
and
guys.
ladies.
Yes.
Great job.
Thanks for
Good
coming
job.
down.
And we're going to switch gears and go to the Avalon Municipal Hospital Board of Trustees meeting.
Thank you, ma'am. I'd like to call the meeting to order of June 19th, 2018, and I'd like to have the roll call.
Okay. Trustee Albers,
Here.
Trustee Marshall,
Here?
Trustee Hernandez.
Here.
Trustee Cassidy.
Here.
And Chairman Olson.
Here. Do we have any announcements?
I have none.
None. Perfect. Do we have any written communication?
I have none.
Perfect. Any presentations? Even more perfect. Oral communications. Members of the public may address the hospital board at this time. No action will be taken on non-agenda items at this meeting. Speakers shall limit their comments to 3 minutes each. Anybody have any public comment? I hear none. Consent calendar.
We have 2 items on the consent calendar. We have actions from February 6, 2018, and item 2 is a CEO report for March 2018 and May of 2018, and the CFO's narrative analysis for February 2018 and April of 2018. And I just want it noted that there's been a time span since we've had a hospital board meeting, and that's for a couple reasons of me forgetting to do it, as well as the hospital now is meeting every other month. And so I don't know if you want to continue to have a monthly one or just have it every other month when we have the reports. So I'll leave that up to council to decide.
Is the board continuing to receive monthly financial reports?
Only every other month.
Only every other month.
Could request to get them monthly.
If they don't feel it's necessary, I guess I don't.
How does the board feel about monthly meetings or semi-monthly meetings, bi-monthly meetings as opposed to monthly meetings?
I'm okay with that.
All right.
Yeah. Ms. Albers?
Yeah, that's fine with me. Then I'll move consent calendar items 1 and 2.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Pam, I think you need to abstain from one, though.
Oh, we weren't here.
It was in
Oh, I
February.
wasn't here. Okay, I'm sorry. I'll withdraw the motion.
I'll
And
make a
note that I'm
motion
abstaining.
to approve 1 and 2.
Second?
Discussion?
If you're going to move them together, then I
Yeah.
can't abstain on
Oh.
one and vote on
Okay,
the other.
I move to
Sorry.
approve item number 1.
Second?
I'll note my abstention.
Okay.
Any discussion from the public? Call for the question.
4 ayes, Marshall, Cassidy, Hernandez, Olson, 1 abstention, Albers.
Okay.
I move to approve item number 2.
Second?
Further discussion? Public? Call for the question.
All ayes.
General business?
There is none.
There's none. I have no report. Does any of the members have a report?
I do.
You do? Okay.
I was one of the people that was very vocal about the April ballot measure, and I was somewhat dismayed that there isn't somebody from the hospital here to talk about how we move forward. There's certain things that are said in the CEO's report that I don't know whether it's his own evaluation or their staff's evaluation about why the vote went that way, but it includes certain things like the lack of having land locked up, a sunset clause, collaboration with the cruise ship industry, a question that needed to be answered about where the funds would go if the hospital was not built, increased lead time for commercial carriers to implement the ticket increase, including the mooring boaters in the measure, and the voters' desire for an audit feature in the ballot measure. But I know that for myself and many others, there was a question as to whether a $60 million facility was appropriate for this community and whether we could sustain that financially, whether the pro forma and the cash flow revenue projections of the hospital board were realistic and took into account things like recessions. And so I would like to encourage the hospital CEO to come and discuss with the city, because I, for one, think it would be in everyone's interest to have something on the November ballot. And I think we could put something together to have on the November ballot so that monies would start to accrue immediately. 2030 is around the corner, and we know we need to replace the hospital. So I think that simple things like pulling together a focus group of voters to really find what were the issues would make sense, as well as considering that the city can put a ballot measure on itself. We could vote to do it. They don't have to go through the petition and do all of those kinds of things.
Would you like him to come to the next council meeting?
That would be great.
Okay. Would you like to invite him to the next council meeting, July the
Third?
3rd? No, how do we move that?
Nope.
We didn't move that, okay.
All right, and then the only thing I was going to note, because I've been here before, and I know that they've changed billing companies and that there's always a problem with that, but when you go from the 200 and something million in accounts receivable to 500 and something, I'm a little worried, which is why I asked whether the board was getting monthly financial reports. So I think we need to keep an eye on that.
Yeah, they just switched again. Thank you, ma'am. Any business for the audience? We will adjourn.
Thank you, Ollie.
Thank you.
Okay, announcements or written communications? No, okay. Department head reports.
Bob Greenlaw, Director of Public Works. 3 quick items. Report on the development impact fees. We're setting up the stakeholder meetings that will occur within the next 3 weeks, and so for all the major stakeholders, so that we can review the information from them, get input, and then usually what happens, we modify the study to whatever that input is, and then you would expect it to come back to council with those recommendations and then for adoption. Sediment study, the anticipated results for the sediment study technical memorandum is scheduled to be delivered this week, so at the next council meeting. Hopefully we can have, let's see, that would be the 17th.
The 3rd, we're having one July 3rd. We were talking
That'd be
about the one,
Yeah, the one after
the
that.
17th.
The 17th, we'd be back.
I'm sorry, Bob, I missed the beginning. What, the tech for?
The sediment study, technical memorandum, so that the results are supposed to be delivered to the consultant this week, and so then anticipate on the 17th of July that we'd be back and have the consultant in front of you. And then the SCE valve project is winding down, so they're just doing the patching on it now. So pretty much the shutdowns are over for that bit of pain that we went through. Now they have isolation valves at 15 locations, and 6 of those are in this major intersection here, which all of the water goes through for the most part coming from the tanks. So, and then so they're able to isolate the front street better at that point. So those are all good things, just like our salt water valves when we put those in. Okay?
So just a quick question, because I was watching them pour the concrete over there, or cement, whichever, over the valve. So when we go in, if we end up flattening out that street, is that
valves
going
are
to
deep
impact
enough.
that because it's got to go down lower or something?
Yes. So you'll see the final improvements. We accepted, instead of exactly matching the concrete, we're intending to replace that anyway. So just said, hey, you could put gray concrete in there and broom finish. Otherwise, because that's going to be done, pretty soon,
Right.
within a year's time. Otherwise, the valves are low enough down, and that's one of the things that we measured all that. We know exact locations of them. So that helps us, because otherwise we'd be out there excavating, potholing to assure that they're at the right depth. So we have all that information at hand now, and usually water and sewer facilities are some of the biggest constraints, sewer being gravity flow. Water is just expensive to move because it's pressure piping. Okay?
Okay, and since you're up there, give us a status report on the lift.
The lift. Okay, so we received no bids on that second addendum, but we understand that the residents could be interested in just a chair lift.
Yes.
Okay, instead of the wheelchair lift. Okay, so the wheelchair lift, from one of the members or one of the residents there, they wanted that because they could put their groceries or make it easier for them to put something to carry it up to that second story. Whereas the chair lift is only a seat, which you normally would, those are, usually in residential homes. We have a vendor that's ready to go and install that. So we're chasing that down right now, making sure that the chair lift is what the residents want and what the manager wants. And then at that point, I can issue an addendum that would say that would be an approved equal. And we've talked to CDBG, and they would be fine with that. So, but they're going to review that addendum to make sure that we've got all the correct steps, because we have federal funding.
Okay, because I believe most of the people that live there, well, I wouldn't say 100% are, there's just one occupant in each, and but groceries would still be able to fit on their laps and that kind of thing, and on the rail.
Yeah, you can usually hang them on the arms.
Yeah. So anyway, well, good. I'm glad that's going forward.
Yeah, and so that seems really feasible,
Yes.
and a real good solution here that could be done in a very short time frame.
Great. Thank you.
Okay.
So,
Yes.
Bob, one question that I was just sitting there thinking about, I'm sorry about that, about the contractor's fee. You said you were going to send,
The developer impact fees.
correct, yeah. You're going to send out information to them and get
So
feedback
no,
from them?
so take an example like a major landholder like the Island Company.
Right.
So we would meet with their group so that they can understand the fees, how we, because it becomes down to a numbers game. And you look at what projects we have in there that are impacts from the development, and then how many housing units, and have them understand that.
Okay.
So that otherwise you
Right.
kind of just get lost in the report unless somebody's really describing it there. And so we want all of our stakeholders to know how we achieve those numbers. So if they're up here and they want to discuss that with you, everybody's on the same page, okay?
So how long do you think that will take to get that information out to those guys? Roughly?
Right now, it's up on the web.
Okay.
I mean, it has been up on the web.
So we
okay?
just
It's
gotta
been on-
pursue it?
It's been on our webpage ever since I presented it at a council. I said,
Okay.
we've put it up on the web, okay? So
Yeah.
it's been available, but really it's now to dig in with them and really do a presentation. You see what this is, here's
Right.
how we get these numbers, okay?
It'd be nice to expedite that if we could with them.
Yeah. Well, that's
Get it
within
going.
this next
Right.
3 weeks,
Right.
okay?
Right.
Okay.
But if it could work a bit sooner, that'd be great.
Okay.
Because I know we've been kicking this can
So
down
it's
the
like a
road, but
road
it's good,
show.
but thank you.
Yeah,
I
we've got
appreciate
several different ones to go
it. Sure.
to.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Bob, I'm sorry, I know your list is long, but I just wondered if you have an estimate when we might look at the cost of private lateral repairs for sewage leaks and so forth. We talked about looking at the ones that have been done so far and looking at the cost and thinking about whether we need to encourage people to do that before they sell houses, which is the current requirement. Okay,
Okay,
just a reminder, thank you.
okay.
And then, not for you, Bob, but also on just speaking of Edison and the valve replacement, I'm curious about the extent to which we could prohibit anything but emergency repairs during the summer months for a public utility. I expect you to know that off the top of your head. I certainly don't. But it's a question that I had because one of the explanations that Edison gave was that, well, we try to make it cheaper. Well, clearly June is not going to be cheaper to do that kind of work, and the impact on the restaurants was really significant.
And in hotels.
And hotels, right, the commercial and the residents, I mean, on everyone. And I think everyone felt like if you'd done this in January and February, no one would have said boo, but in June, it really hurt.
We can look at that. I know that the issue is the,
I mean, that, unfortunately, I mean, that's the most draconian. I would like to think that we could write them a letter and say, hey, if you said you have more valves to replace, this is what we think would be best for us and the community and for you. But failing that, it seems to me that we need to explore whether we have the authority.
okay, I can look at that. I know one of the things that they will say is they want to make certain that it's warm enough for when they pour the asphalt that it,
All
it,
right.
it
And
doesn't
there may be
have
technical
problems.
things, that I don't understand, but I thought we do cold patches anyway, and then we wait until there's a bunch of stuff to bring in a hot mix.
And I vaguely remember them saying something to the effect of having only 60 days or something to start a project once they get approval, and that's where it fell into this time frame. But I think it's wise to plan around that when applying for funds or whatnot, because it was a severe impact.
Yeah, there's some difficult constraints in putting projects out, but we can work with them, and the same with us delivering projects, try to have the least impact upon our visitors, okay? So we can set that as a goal. Sometimes we're still going to end up there, but hopefully we're getting the value out of that. I think out of this project, it was painful, but those 15 valves being there, and if it blows at 4th of July and they can shut down one block instead of the whole city, that's huge. And so that was valuable to us, and that's the same thing with those 22 saltwater valves. And there is going to be an end to the valve replacement. Hopefully we get there soon enough, and we have that part of our facility up to speed.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. How are you guys doing tonight?
Great, thank you.
Harbor is moving forward. Summertime's here. You guys notice the beaches and the swimmers and everything. All those kids are out of school, so we go to our full staff starting July 1st with 5 boats operating in the day in swing shift and 2 at night, or 2 men at night. We're moving forward on our fuel dock project. We got the guys working on it. Every once in a while they get pulled off doing other things, but hopefully we'll see some marked improvement this week, and I'll have a better idea of when we're looking at being able to put it in the water and try to figure out the anchoring system and everything. So other than that, we're moving forward, and if you have any questions, very good.
Are we still on track for 4th of July for the fuel docks?
No. No, not at all. I mean, I could say yeah, but I'll be honest with you, no. I'm hoping, especially with everything that's happened in the past, 2-3 weeks with the sewer and everything else, it's taken manpower and hinges on the floats and everything else. So I'm hoping the middle of July, and again, I'll have a better understanding probably by the end of next week, the 19th. I think the 19th is the next council. I should have a pretty good understanding of when and what's going on. So, unfortunately, that's the bummer part of this summer.
Does it make any sense to go to the private sector?
I'm sorry, say again?
Go to the private sector, another provider?
On the floats?
Yeah.
Well, at this point of the game, probably not, because we've got a lot of money tied up in that float, and we got it in fact in both those floats. And I did some research regarding the N float, trying to find an M float, and a lot of the providers out there, they're just not there. And the type of floats we need are not like the floats they have in like the Back Bay and Newport that are really low to the water level and stuff. So it's it's one of those things. It is what it is. So I wish we can just wave a wand and and do it, but Any other questions? Very good, thank you.
Good evening, Council. Good news from the Planning and Building Department. Our favorite projects, Vaughn's, you can see the roof framing and the front elevation is going up this week. They've started on the interior plumbing and electrical overhead work. There, you will see a new asphalt patch at the entry in the next few days to help control the material that's being driven off the site. We went through and looked through their mitigation monitoring plans, and they are on track with all of their mitigations. Zane Gray Hotel, foundation work for the south building, which is the Pueblo building, and the pool deck is ongoing. They've submitted plans for plan check to replace their sewer lateral, and that is currently in plan check. They are also on track with their mitigation monitoring program. Trailhead Visitor Center, the exterior stucco has started this week. They have drywall going in on the second floor and painting on the first floor as well, and they are also on track with their mitigation monitoring program. Atwater Hotel, the interior demolition is about 85% complete. The electrical and plumbing is at about 50% completion, and all of those nice new energy efficient windows are at about 15%. The canopy and the plans for the street improvements, we are hoping, I think, will be back in July, hopefully. We are also going to hopefully get back to you in July our draft residential non-transient rental inspection program. We think we're going to have some draft documents pulled together and some guidelines pulled together for you to review, and eventually I think that would go into an ordinance form. And last but not least, Hamilton Cove is about to go dark for the summer. As you know, they have finished 3 single-family residences last year, and they currently have 2 under construction, and they will need to finish 8 buildings in order to finish phase 1 for under their development agreement. And I think that's all I have. Does anybody have any questions?
Yeah, the Zane Gray.
Yes,
That's going to be, they're going to have a fire suppression system in those units up there?
I believe so, yes.
They do? Okay. And are they putting in a tank, or I know they don't have enough pressure from the street to push water up there unless they put pumps in. Do you know anything about that? I mean, in their plans, they must have turned their plans in, right?
They turned in plans. I don't know of anything about a tank.
Okay.
So they must be utilizing pumps. I can find out
Okay,
and let
that'd
you
be
know.
great. Yeah, I was thinking something like Mount Ada, what they had to do up there. They had to put those tanks up there because they didn't have enough pressure to push the water through the system up there. But I was just wondering if they had that, or if they had a plan to put one.
How they're getting the right pressure up there. I will find out.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
And then when you talk about monitoring the mitigated negative decks, who does the monitoring, like on bonds and things like that?
I do.
Oh, okay.
So you have a plan. It's a nice little spreadsheet. It lays out all of the mitigations that were adopted when the project was approved. Some of them are pre-construction requirements, some of them are construction requirements, and some of them are operational requirements. So they don't actually go into effect until they get in operations. Like for Vons, for example, they're supposed to be doing something about recycling, or their lighting plan has to have a certain shielding and dimming factors on it. So those things you can't confirm until they're actually in operation.
But but the other things like obeying our codes, like the noise or the working late and those kinds of things, because I'm sure they get all of those, but, and I'm not just talking about bonds, I mean,
No.
just any, how is that dealt with? I mean, if something comes up happening at 7 o'clock at night,
I think it's handled as a normal nuisance code enforcement type of situation. Unfortunately, our code enforcement officers are not on duty at 10 o'clock at night.
Right.
So the option is to call the sheriff's department. If it's a noise type of issue or working after hours, late hours, we also want to know about it as well.
right,
But I think it's handled just as a normal code violation.
okay.
Amanda, did the trailhead get any permission to work early?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay, so-
All of the projects have been advised that if they run into a particular issue that they feel like they can't resolve except with some extended hours, we want them to, they have to come in and ask us, Denise, for permission to extend their construction hours. That way we know what they're doing and we can let anyone else that needs to know why they're working extended hours. Were they working early?
Yeah, resident, totally on the street.
Okay, thank you. I will
I know they
appropriately
have
chastise
their
them.
crew arrives at 7 in the morning, and they're generally milling around every morning.
Right.
But, I mean, I rarely see any early morning work.
Coffee's one thing, cranking up the compressors a little bit.
Right.
Yeah.
Pounding nails.
Okay.
Yeah, noise is noise. Yes, it's noise, correct. Right.
Okay.
Anything else?
Amanda, I just had one question. I don't understand, and I don't have the knowledge to explain it to members of the public, but there is this question about the height of the elevator at Vaughn's, and that the story poles maybe weren't.
Thank you for bringing that up. I
So,
should have had that on my list.
If you could just start from the beginning on the height on the elevator and explain it so it's.
I'm trying to think of where to start. The project is in the flood zone. So as part of the project, they had to raise the finished floor for the building above the floodplain. So the finished floor elevation above sea level is 21 feet above sea level. The maximum height of the elevator tower is 30 feet above the 21. So it's 51 feet above sea level. It's an elevation, it's not a dimension. So they came in and they certified some spots on the building, but they weren't the final pieces. And so now those spots have been framed over. So I just sent them a reminder today that they are supposed to get us elevation certification for the height of the elevator tower, because that is the tallest piece out there, but also for several other places on the building to certify that it is where it's supposed to be.
And it was approved at what elevation? 51 feet? Okay.
30 feet above the 21.
Okay, so if perchance it goes above that,
Then they will be not in compliance with their planning entitlements, and they would have to come back and either, the height limit in that zone is 40 feet. So they would have to come back to the planning commission and get approval for that,
Or take a chainsaw.
yeah.
or shorten the elevator tower, right?
I think one of the struggles, and I don't want this just to be a blanket comment about Vaughn's in general, but if the planning commission were to ask an applicant to do story polls, shouldn't it really be what the actual project will be? Because I even went back and looked at some photographs that I took, and just looking at the tree line and all of that, it just is so much taller than what it was with the story poles. And certainly I'm not, there with a tape measure making sure, but it just, story poles are supposed to replicate what the final product would be. And
You're correct. It should. The story poles should represent what the final product, final box is going to look like. And I think our code requires that if you're asking for a height variance, you're supposed to always put up story poles.
Okay.
Good question.
Thank you.
Okay, who's next?
Well, can we just kind of follow up a little bit on the construction noise? Because I too received complaints about late construction noise at the Vaughn's project. And I know that's a certain permission had been granted to them, I think for one day, and then it extended to more than one day. If we could get notice when you approve those, it would really help.
I thought I sent that to council for that one
For the-
time that I had.
It was only
Okay,
one.
but the other permissions for the trailhead,
No,
I
I
haven't
didn't have
seen.
I never received
I'm just
any
saying, if
requests
it
for that.
isn't already the policy, and I don't know, but if it isn't the policy, if you could give us a heads up when you do that. And I'm just gonna say, as somebody who lived for 2.5 years with the noise of the museum project, it's bad enough in the winter, but then when summer comes and there's all other sorts of noise, I hope that you'd be even more rarely giving out permissions, or really asking whether it's crucial to them in the summer. Yeah.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. I don't have any remarks or anything to report, but I had forgotten that the city hired a new employee way back at the end of April, And I want to introduce to you our new senior accountant, who's been here a couple months now, Matt Baker. He's a city resident, and he's got significant experience working for Ernst & Young and a couple other firms. He's a CPA. He's a good guy, and he's a hard worker, I can tell you that.
All right. Yeah, thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Our summer programs are kicking off this week. We started yesterday with our summer day camp program. We're running about 26 kids this week. We started our men's basketball program last week with 4 teams. We started this week a Challenger soccer and kickstarts with about 25 kids in it. Our women's basketball league kicks off at 7 o'clock today with 2 games. Beach Bingo kicks off tonight at 6 o'clock on Tuesdays and Thursdays from 6 to 7. Our Fishing Derby kicks off tomorrow, Wednesday mornings from 7 to 9. We are finishing touches on our July 4th activities. We're looking forward to that. Our Teen Center, great support from the community in terms of our donations. We'll get into a little more specifically as we wrap up that project. But the Teen Center with some staff and a group of volunteers has been painted at this point. New lights have been put in, new ceiling fans have been put in, curtains have been put in. We should be purchasing carpet this week, early next week, and some furnishings, and hope by mid-July to have that wrapped up. We kicked off our Outrigger program for a high school with, we got about 17 kids on that roster at this point. They're paddling twice a week. It's a great group. Had 2 new kids pop in today for some registration information. And then we're sending 4 teams to San Diego this weekend for Iron Champs for the culmination of our Iron season, Iron 6-man season. So things that are happening in the Recreation Department.
Yeah, awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Very good.
Comments or questions?
Awesome.
No? Are we missing a department head?
Chief Craig gets fire drill tonight, so
Oh,
it's
okay.
back on that schedule, but
Okay.
he'll just be coming in late.
Great, okay. City manager report.
I just wanted to note that our budget study session was planned for earlier today and then to have it on the agenda this evening. But staff is still in the process of massaging it to get it to be balanced, and so they're working very hard on that. And the other thing would be that if our July 3rd meeting, we did a poll of the council, and you were all on board to have it on July 3rd. So don't know if you've answered, Devin. We're proposing to start it at 3 o'clock instead of 5, so I wanted to know if you were on board with that or not.
I'm okay with that. I'm okay with 2 o'clock.
You live by yourself, though.
Okay.
I'm okay with that.
I'm fine with that.
I'm okay with 3.
3?
3 on the 3rd.
And then,
Is it your expectation that we're going to be able to go through the entire budget, all the department heads? And
no, not on July 3rd.
Okay.
No, that would be a regular city council meeting. Now, my next question would be if anyone's available for the July 3rd in the morning from 9 to 11 for our first stab at a study session.
Yes.
Yes.
Sign me up.
Yep, I think I'm okay.
Thank you. That's all I have.
All right, hold on. 9 o'clock?
From 9 o'clock, 9 to 11 or something?
Yes.
Okay, city attorney report.
One thing that is not on the agenda today is the extension of the franchise agreement with your cable company. Under federal law, cities can no longer have franchise agreements with cable companies. And so they now have a franchise agreement with the state of California. We are, however, able to have an ordinance. We have to totally revise the ordinance. So we've got a draft ordinance as to the limited area that the government has left you the ability to regulate your local cable franchisees. So that will come before you depending on how big the agenda is, either in July or in August.
And currently, did we get a little bit of money for that franchise agreement? Did they pay us anything?
Yeah, they do pay a franchise fee.
Okay, and so now we won't get the franchise fee?
1%. And that's what the law provides. You can get up to 1%, but then you have to use it for dedicated activities. For instance, your local cable channel equipment for hosting city meetings on TV. So it's limited as to what you can get, and there's a dedicated fund that you have to have set up. But that'll be in the ordinance, and then it's up to the council to determine if you want to impose the full 1% or any amount less. But we'll bring it to you with the 1%.
Okay, great. Take council member reports.
I'll go.
Please.
First off, I was walking up Catalina Avenue this afternoon, and in the gutter, storm gutter next to Vaughn's, it appears to be somebody drag a bucket of grease through it. It's like 150 feet long. Do we have the ability to clean that? Because it looks really ugly.
Yes.
Okay.
On Catalina Street, where?
Catalina in front of Vaughn's Express.
Oh, Vaughn's Express.
Vaughn's Express.
Oh, that's terrible.
I attended a cannabis symposium on 14th of June. It was over in Long Beach. The state people had a board and talked about how they're going to have all their act together by the 1st of next year. The county people have nothing in place yet because the county has a total prohibition, but they're presenting to the Board of Supervisors today, and if in fact the board decides they want some sort of cannabis, some sort of regulation for cannabis in LA County, it's going to take them 180 days to write the regulation. Why can't they just steal ours or anybody else's?
I know. Yeah.
But and the city of LA and one of the other cities that have it, we're talking about how the it's working so far. One of the things that came out is that there's a lack of labs, and the Prop 64 last year, when it was passed, allowed for you had a grower, and the grower took the product, gave it to a manufacturer. The manufacturer took the product, gave it to a lab to ensure the quality of it and the strength of it, and that person gave it to the distributor, and that person sold it to the end user. Well, in California, I guess or Southern California, there's 2 labs. So if they ever get their act together, it's going to be a little bit of time. So we'll see. And on Friday,
And just back on the cannabis.
Yeah.
Did you say something like on the medical cannabis we can get 5%? What did you say something like that the other day?
I think so. I think the medical cannabis is limited to 5%.
Because I didn't think there was any.
Well, no, you'd have to pass a
Yeah.
law
But it's capped
to
at
do
5%.
that.
Oh, okay, okay.
Not 15 like the other stuff.
Right, okay.
And Friday and Saturday, the Gateway Cities COG, Council of Governments, met on the island, which was kind of cool. And our Cindy moderated one of the panels and did a heck of a job.
Yes, she did.
Good job, Cindy.
Thank you.
But, there was 40 or 50 people over here for the 2-day thing. And it was pretty informative. It really was. That's all I have.
Next.
Shall I? Okay. I too attended the Gateway Cities Council of Governments. So I'm just going to briefly go over it because for me it was a good understanding of exactly what it is. So understanding the benefit of gathering together and using their forces combined. Gateway cities include most of the contract cities in the unincorporated portion of LA County. So that's everything from Maywood to name some others. I'm going to blank.
26 cities,
Yeah,
Long
26
Beach,
cities, Signal
Bell,
Hill, so
Signal
forth.
Hill.
It's been in existence since 2002. They receive funds from the cities as well as grant funds from the state and the county to operate. There's a very professional staff. I was very impressed with the staff. And the main areas that the Gateway Cities is focused on is transportation, air quality, although there was a good discussion about expanding that to include environmental sustainability, not just air quality, housing, and an economic development. So those were the things that there were presentations on. There were reports from individual cities about what they're doing, as well as how the staff and the Council of Governments, which they elect their own board, which includes our council member, Cassidy, are using their joint forces to get, especially transportation dollars, really, really successful in getting monies to rework the 710, the 605, all the freeways, and it's a good organization that we belong to. Time well spent.
And just to piggyback on that, the part on private-public partnerships was really interesting, what the city of Long Beach is doing, huge stuff. So that, of course, is of interest to me, maybe as we look at the Mole project and how we might want to work on that. So anyway.
All right. So in addition to attending the conference here on last Wednesday, I went over, and this is, I just wanted to explain this because I know I was quoted in the paper as saying I don't believe in these private meetings, which I don't. Regarding Edison and the stakeholders. I hate the word stakeholder because I think we're all stakeholders, and saying major makes it sound like some people are more important than others, and my water bill is just as important as the one that anybody else gets, to me at least, and I'm sure you feel that way too. But Edison did reach out, and I went over on the condition that whatever information they presented I could use in whatever way I wanted to, that there were no restrictions on that. They agreed to that, and so I'm going to do a quick little presentation because I think that the information that's been in the newspaper, unfortunately, doesn't really give anybody a good idea about what's going on, and I think we all should be on the same page about that. So if I can figure out how to do this, and I have to toggle, right? Okay. All right. Oh no. Did I send the wrong thing? I probably did.
There's always the 3rd of July.
Yeah, no, I saved it as I didn't. Okay. So I made a bunch of copies, and if you guys wouldn't mind, anybody that wants to follow along, I'm just going to read off of it. It's pretty comprehensive, so that if you need more copies, I'm sure the city will be happy to make them or put it on its website. So the presentation was by Cooper Cameron. There was somebody from their government affairs, Michael Hung, and David Ford is like their PR guy, and then Ryan Stevenson is their attorney. He teleconferenced in the presentation. They started the presentation by talking about their projection for water availability, which of course is Middle Ranch Reservoir. As many of you know, that until recently we didn't know where we were, but now there's been an update on the city website. So as of June 15th, 2018, we're at 645 feet. It should be noted that a month ago we were at 668. We've basically gone down 20 acre feet for the last 2 months. Edison stated that they are projecting that we will be at 600 acre feet in August, that stage 2 water rationing, which would be 300 acre feet, would begin in August of 2020. That assumes no rain according to them. Stage 3, which is 200 acre feet, would be projected for October 2021. Again, there is an assumption of no rain. They then ran through what kind of desal production they've been having. I won't bore you with the numbers, but you can look at those. But they did stress that operating the desal requires that both the seawater wells at the quarry be in service. And I'll note that in May, the seawater well that serves desal plant number 2 was out. The month before that, the well that serves desal number 1 had problems. So my question to them, which actually I've had for the last 6 months, if you've seen before the election, I would come up every meeting that I could, and I said again to them, you have a projection which presumes some sort of computer modeling. Somebody sat down at a computer and put in certain assumptions and drew a graph that says if our assumptions are correct, this is what's going to happen come August of 2020, and this is what's going to happen come October of 2021. I've been asking, what are those assumptions? We still don't know, but I said to them, this is what I would expect, that you would be looking at visitor counts. You have some assumption about visitor counts. You have some assumption about rationing fatigue, that all of us are using a certain amount of water now, but as people become tired of conservation or water rationing, or new people move here who don't have the history, don't have the understanding, the residents and the commercial water usages could go up. I don't know what their assumptions are, but that's my sense of human nature. Algae blooms. We know that they've had the inability to make desal because algae blooms have impregnated the filters, and they've had to replace filters. I'd like to know what kind of assumptions they made about that. Seawater well production, as I said, the last 2 months they've experienced problems with those. I'd like to know what their assumptions are. Desal plant plan maintenance, obviously they can't run them all of the time. They have some planned maintenance. And what provisions are they making for unplanned maintenance? And then well failure, there was some discussion about Howlands, Toy, and White. There are other wells. We saw seawater intrusion in Howlands. Apparently there are some indications It's called conductivity that they do that gives them a bit of a heads up as to whether there might be further seawater intrusion. They also did talk that there are some technical ways or injecting something in to protect against seawater intrusion, but again, that requires dollars, and I didn't have a sense of whether they plan to spend those dollars. So again, that's something that I would think that their model includes when they're projecting when we're going to hit water rationing. So what I expressed to them is I would like to know what the assumptions are, and I would like an update on a regular basis as to their model. It must, if these things, their assumptions don't work out, let's change the model, let's all be on the same page. They still retain the ability to say, instead of 25%, we want everybody to start 10% water rationing. My statement to them is, when you let us know what's going on, nobody's going to blink an eye when you say, we need to do 10% water rationing. But if you act like everything's okay, and then all of a sudden come back in 2019 and tell us, we're sorry, we're going into stage 2, people are rightfully going to be angry at that. So I really encourage transparency. I really hope that, and I think they did respond to my nudging them about the water levels, because we hadn't had that. Okay, on to the good stuff, or not so good stuff. The next part of their presentation was about their rate increase application. So by law, I think I explained last time, they're entitled to recover the reasonable cost of expenditures, the cost of operations and maintenance, which includes employees, the plant, all of those kinds of things, as well as the statutory, up to a maximum statutory interest, profit, which I think at this juncture is, like 7.2 or something like that. They indicated they expect to file in August or September, and that they thought it would take 4 to 6 months to get approval. They're requesting $4.8 million in lost revenues, which are saying the water sales are 40% less than what they forecast for 2014 and 2017. Drought costs, like trucking the water to the west end, when the Howlands well went bad, other kinds of extra personnel, the whole implementation of the water rationing and so forth, that all adds up to $4.5 million. And they say they've had capital expenditures of $9.3 million since 2012 that weren't included in the other rate case that they had in 2011, and that adds up to another $9.3. And that all adds up to over $20 million. So that is what they are starting with as their proposal, the basis for their recovery of past expenditures and then profit that they anticipate or they believe they're entitled to on that. They have made a presentation and they have some good ideas. I think they recognize that for many people this would be an unreasonable burden, that for 4,000 ratepayers, shouldering the $20 million is not going to be easy. So they're making some proposals. They're proposing that the visitor boat fee be increased $2 each way on non-residents. They're proposing some classification adjustments, and some of that is they're going to charge more for the service fee, less versus what you actually use. They're going to shift around some of the costs between residents and commercial customers. And then they have this and then what they did last time, which they call a rate mitigation sharing mechanism, which they were able to push through last time, which was they transferred a percentage of the cost to all their electric ratepayers throughout California. So the last rate increase, they were given permission to charge roughly 9 cents to every California Electric Edison ratepayer to help reduce the cost of our water. And then they're also talking about phasing new rates over 2 to 3 years to mitigate a one-time increase. So just in terms of the give and take that I had with them, the lost revenues of $4.8 million also includes, when they went in 2011 and got the decision in 2014, in addition to the 9 cents that all the electric people paid, they were allowed to raise our rates. And unfortunately, and the city has fallen into this bad habit too, they didn't do it. They could have raised them in 2015, 16, 17, and so we would be at a different starting level. When I said, if you have permission to do that, wouldn't it make sense to just do that? And then we're looking at just the rest of whatever there is for whatever reason, they don't think that's a good idea. They just want to do it all in this proceeding. So what that means at this juncture, and I'm going to say in their, to their benefit, they are providing some transparency in that they are making the round numbers available. I will say I'm disappointed because they have taken a hard line that the worksheets, the actual details, they are not willing to provide at this juncture. They are only willing to provide that in a proceeding. But their calculation based on where they are is that if you're paying about $59, that's the average water rate that somebody's paying, a family, I would imagine, of $59 a month, that it would increase to $148 a month without any of the cost spreading mechanisms they've talked about. And then with their cost spreading, it would be $111 a month. For commercial customers, the average is paying $122 a month. It would increase to $324 a month without any of the cost spreading measures, or $197 a month with the cost spreading measures. And then they also gave a heads up that they expect to spend about $30 million between 2018 and 2020, that they would be seeking additional increases in 2021 or 2022. Some of that would go down if the grants that they applied for are approved in whole or in part. So I just wanted to share that. I'm not really sure where this is going, but I would like to ask if the city council would share in my sense that I would like to have Edison on the agenda once a month so that we can discuss development, so that we can share it with the public, because I think that this is something that is going to be very important for all of us, and the city clearly has a role to play. And that's it.
I think we can only put out the invitation.
No, I mean regardless of whether they come or not.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah. I think it's a great idea.
But the rest of the council?
No, that's fine.
Okay, great. Okay,
Well, thank you.
That's all I had.
When I went to that water meeting, it took 2.5 hours, and you did it all in about 5 minutes. Very good. That was very good, very well prepared.
And it was helpful they
Well, and I
did
should
give
give
us the
kudos
info.
to Paul DeMeyer because I used a lot of his notes too, so.
Yeah.
But very
And Norris wasn't there.
good. Okay. Mayor Pro Tem?
I just got a simple one. I just wanted to see if we had any follow-up on the deer, Denise, with the fishing game or whoever.
Yes.
Do we have any
let's see.
follow-up on that?
We did. We reached out to, what's
Hillary?
Hillary
Hillary
at
Holt.
the Conservancy. And I have drawn a blank on what, Devin was the one that reached out to her. Oh,
We
there was an
did
email I
get an
received,
email.
Richard, and I
Okay.
can't remember what it,
Okay.
what the response was.
Yeah.
We are going to see if we can get them to come here and address it. I know that from Hillary, I take it that they're trying to push it off on the city and the
Right.
Conservancy, that it's your issue, not the fishing games, and we want to fight back on that.
Okay.
It's their deer.
What's that?
No,
It's their deer.
They're the people's deer, Fish and Wildlife.
Okay, well-
They're the
So
people's.
I
Just-
also wanted to talk to Scott how that process would go about, but I will
Okay.
be bringing that back as an item, because we're not going to let them push it off on our responsibility.
Okay, thank you.
If that's your
No, that was, yeah,
direction.
that would be great.
But I think, aren't we trying to just find a solution as opposed to
Yes.
worrying about who's,
Right.
yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
Yeah.
absolutely, Pam, but
Yeah.
Okay.
as it is now, when the deer come and they're struggling for food and water, it becomes our burden and the Conservancy's burden, and we're just trying to figure out a way to take care of all that.
Okay.
One of the things,
The-
one of the things that they had mentioned in the past when they were here promoting the shooting of deer was that their birth control wasn't working.
I didn't even know there was.
They did.
Yes. Yeah. They
Fish
talked
and
about
Game?
Fish and Game.
Fish and Game,
Fish and
okay.
Game has
Oh,
a birth
Fish and Game.
control program that's not working with the deer, and that's why they encouraged hunting,
Right.
culling the herd. I mean, they literally came here and talked about the license program for hunting.
They give 500, you probably know that, they give 500, Fish and Wildlife gives 500 permits to the Conservancy, but we don't have that many hunters.
Right.
And
The cost of coming
hunting.
here and the condition of the deer. Yeah.
Right.
And that I think the other big condition was you had to have an island resident with you when you went hunting. You can't just do it on your own. I think it's the Conservancy program. You have to have someone, an experienced hunter, with you when you go out. So that obviously
Yeah, that
limits.
sounds-
It also has to
does-
do with the four-wheel driving in the interior as well, making sure that somebody has four-wheel drive training.
And look who just walked in the door, Tony.
Wow, good
Mr.
timing.
Budrovich.
He's leaving.
He's leaving.
He couldn't have come from his house to here that quickly to know what was going on.
Turn this off.
I think he's just coming to participate.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know you're just coming to participate, but there was a question about the deer.
Okay.
So,
Figure it out.
Hello, everyone.
nice to see you, Tony. So there was a question, because there was an inquiry at the last council meeting about it. And Denise, you want to just repeat for Tony's?
The council had asked us to reach out to Hillary up at the Interpretive Center because of the problem you're having up there with the deer, as well as all the deer that are coming further into town. And we had reached out to Hillary, and so we are supposed to be contacting the Fish and Game to figure out. I felt from Hillary that the Fish and Game are trying to make it so it's the city and the Conservancy, the deer will become our problems, not for them to deal with.
Well, there's some fact in there, so let me speak to that if I may. And welcome to all of you. Sorry I walked in impromptu for this one. The deer on the island are at a higher level than we think is sustainable. We've worked with a variety of people in the scientific community, and they have established that the island would probably carry very easily about 500 deer. That seems like the right number for 48,000 acres, some populated, some not. We are probably in excess of 2,300 deer on the island as we speak. So there is a lot more munching going on than we think sustainable for the plants and animals of the island. We think that last year, when we had a beautiful wildflower bloom and a lot of vegetation growth and things like that, all those new sprouts that came out of the ground, for the most part, got picked off very quickly by the deer population. So when we went back to survey and talk about all the great benefits that's happened in horticulture, we didn't have much to say 60 days in. So I have been meeting for about 2 years with Fish and Wildlife, going to Sacramento on an annual basis and talking to the head of Fish and Wildlife, Kevin Hunting, I think is his name. And we've talked about the, funny name, I know, but we've talked about what are the approaches. The approaches are three. One, that Fish and Wildlife, knowing the animals are not endemic, are not native, and were brought here as a hunted or hunting animal, Fish and Wildlife could just say, we're getting out of the fishing business and the animals remain on Catalina and they become the responsibility of the property owner. That is one possibility. Another possibility is that we increase the take on our hunting or the PLM program that we currently run on the island. Remember, that's a state program. We just are the person who process paperwork for the state. I don't see that sustainable, and my expert in the field, you know, my past wildlife biologists, Julie, Calvin, and Tyler, who really understood this, said there's no way you can get ahead of it. You'll have more bursts than you'd ever be able to take off the island by allowing hunting. The third idea is to try something like birth control. They have not been successful in large areas that aren't fenced, so there has been no highly successful program in something the size of 48,000 acres. Absolutely is doable in 10, 20 acre parcels where there's a fence around it, the deer stay within it. They're able to find the females. Remember, you can't dart the same female twice. It's not an easy process to identify which female is who. So then you normally have to do some sort of a capture. You have to put some sort of a, not a target, but an identification, you know, a spot of paint, a large ear flap, something that you know which female is which, so that when you dart, you don't go after the same animal multiple times. So those are the three easiest options. We're open to other options. I think my job on the island to sustain sort of the conservation end of the island is to find some solution that is reasonable. And we're looking at the long-term fix. There's no immediate fix. And, you know, I live in Hamilton Cove. I literally, last Tuesday night, I counted 22 deer from the time I left the casino to the time I got to my doorstep at Hamilton Cove. That was my all-time high. But literally, I was counting them because I had never seen anything like it. Somebody called a convention. Yeah. That's not good, because they're only coming to town a little bit to eat the sprouts that are growing, but it's to eat the trash and the less than ideal issues. Our wildland deer are very healthy. Our deer near town are very unhealthy. We know that because we have done some studies over the years and looked at the meat and all that type of thing. So it's a big issue. I maybe didn't answer exactly what Denise was asking me, but there's a lot of options, and the one you heard is absolutely an option that the Conservancy is very willing to consider taking on, which is ownership of the deer. And then at that point, we manage them as necessary. It's a financial burden to us, which is why I'm not excited for the idea. But at least then you can do something to control the population. You could do something to allow an open hunting season or not. Or you can start to move them from parts of the island. You know, we would also look at just the idea, how do we keep them further out of town? Obviously, it's millions of dollars to put a deer fence that separate the deer from Avalon. So, not that it can't be done, but it would not be an easy thing to do. And funding for these type of topics is difficult because many states in the union suffer dearly from the deer population. I'm sorry, no pun on terms there, but deer are a problem in many places. They're out of control growth. They're very difficult. And we know there's also that balance of people who just love the look of a deer compared to the people that just worry about the conservation side of it. But when it gets past healthy, I think that's when the Conservancy feels it's necessary to do something. So hopefully that was a bit of an overview.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, appreciate
Tony,
that.
is there any possibility there'd be public health dollars? You know, we've had instances of deer ticks.
There are, but what I was told, and this is again working with only state programs, I've never tried for federal, is that every mountain community, any community near mountains is fighting a deer population, and they have more people complaining than does Catalina.
Yeah.
And so we would be competitive. We have a really good argument here, but we're a microcosm of votes, and typically, you know, number of votes wins in these kind of arguments as far as how funding goes out. Okay. So.
Great. No, thank you.
That was really helpful.
Good timing.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Timing was everything.
Ready?
Yes.
Okay. I attended the Gateway Cities Council of Government Board meeting on the 5th of June, and then I am going to severely shorten my notes. Pam did a great job in announcing the retreat that we had here with the Gateway COG on Friday and Saturday. In addition to the P3 and housing conversations, we also received had an in-depth presentation regarding the state budget and where we're going. And there's just a tremendous amount of information, and those slides will all be forthcoming, so I'm happy to share. And my most important update is on behalf of the Rotary Club of Avalon, I would like to publicly congratulate the city's very own Community Services and Recreation Director, Mr. Dan Hunke, for being chosen by the members of the Rotary Club for its Citizen of the Year. Zella, who's here in the audience, has also been chosen as one of Rotary's Citizens of the Year. But speaking specifically to Dan, he has been just an incredible friend to Rotary, and we were delighted to share an evening of fellowship with Dan and his niece, Cara. And for just members of the public, Dan and the Recreation and Community Services Department have just done so much over the last 2 years of Dan being here in town. With the senior programs, with Meals on Wheels with Zella, in addition to Rotary volunteers participating in Meals on Wheels, all the planting projects the last 2 years that Edison gave grant funding for the plants, and Dan coordinated with the Rotary Club to plant all those plants along Front Street, all the way out to the mole, and just an amazing friend to Rotary, and I'm very pleased to have participated in that. So thank you for all your hard work.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Okay. I also attended one day of the workshops. I attended on Friday, and on Saturday night I went to the 90th anniversary of Long Beach City College. They had a gala there on campus. It was wonderful. It was a fundraising event, and what they wanted to raise money for was the College Promise, which allows students in Long Beach Unified School District to get their first year of tuitions paid for, which is something over $1,000 a year. It's $47 a unit, I think, at city colleges these days. It cost me $10 for the whole semester, but back in the day.
Back in the day.
So anyway, it was absolutely wonderful, and there's like a pathway. So once those kids get their 2-year, then they get priority going to Long Beach State, which is incredible because they get, I don't know, 30,000 applicants a year. So it really is a good opportunity for our young people. And they really kind of coddle them to help them along. So I think we have 6 kids from Avalon who might be going to Long Beach City College this year, it's a start. So happy about that. Is it possible to have Captain Hawking either get with you or get with us? He started that community task force, and I think they had one meeting, and I know that there's a desire on the part of some community members to expand that because they only had 2 people on the committee, I believe. So that was something that we want to see, seeing it keep going. And then the handicap parking on the mall. So I'm told, well, I'm hearing 2 different stories, depends on who you talk to, but it says no overnight parking on the regular spots for the regular folks. And then when it comes to the handicap, it says handicap parking, but it doesn't say no overnight. And so I don't know if overnight is allowed or isn't allowed in that handicap thing.
It is not allowed, and there's only one sign there, but that sign, just like on our city streets where one sign is posted, and then I don't know what the legal requirements are, but how many feet away, if you have to walk sometimes to see what's posted on that sign. My understanding, and the city attorney can correct me if I'm wrong, that if a handicapped person can park for extended periods of time in green or any limited time parking places, they can't park in yellow, they can't park in the white. And if a sign states that there is no parking at certain times or not at all, then that applies to the handicapped person also. And anybody that parked out there at the mall, yes, we have been allowing that for years. And of course, as of anything, it's always abused, and so we had to start reining it in. Anybody that had parked overnight, we gave at least one warning on the steering wheel, sometimes 2, and then tickets were issued.
Okay.
And sometimes, Mayor, when the tickets came in, as another courtesy, we would have waived them. Not always, but we have.
Right. But I don't, so people look up the state law or whatever, and it can be longer. And I guess, I don't know if it'd be easier to just put a sign in the middle of those 2 handicap spots so that they know.
We can do that, Mayor. It's like on the ramp, it's for 1 hour.
Right.
So if they went over town for the day and all the blue handicap spots were full, they would park there. If they have their handicap placard, then they could park all day, but not the overnight.
But not the overnight. I just think for clarification. And then another thing I need clarification, when you go to meet somebody at the mall and everything is taken and you're sitting there and we're told you can't get out of your cart. Well, if you're going to help somebody who's handicapped get from the boat and have their, I don't know if that's just because there's nothing that says stay in your golf cart. And I don't know.
Are you talking about the yellow 2-minute loading and unloading zone?
Right, but the code will say, but you can't get out of your golf cart. So if you've got somebody coming with a big load of stuff, or somebody who's in a wheelchair, or whatever, you want to go get them, and that's as close as you can get. So I don't know if I just want to make sure we're all on the same page on what really the rule is on that.
just off the top of my head, because it is painted yellow, that the handicapped is not allowed to park there for an extended period of time. It is what it is designated for, is dropping off and picking up.
Right. But he's saying you can't get out of your golf cart.
I don't.
No, for loading and unloading?
I don't know where that
No,
states that.
well, that is what is
But
being
it's
said.
2
You can't
minutes.
get out of your golf cart if you're parking there waiting for somebody. But you know, and the other thing is you get there and you never know if that person's going to come off first or last off the boat, and you can't see if you're in that little turnaround. So you'd like to assume that if somebody's picking somebody up, if somebody's not in there, it's not that they're leaving it unattended. They're just going for a minute to pick up that person at the mall.
I've kind of long thought that, I mean, nobody follows the 2-minute loading and unloading when the boat comes in. And so it seems like, why don't we take another look at that and either have a designation that people are allowed to be there 10 minutes before the boat gets in until 10 minutes after, or so, I don't know. But
And the boat
it
gets
seems to
there,
me-
or the boat gets there late, you know, and so
Yeah.
I know they're not nitpicking the minutes, I'm just.
Yeah, I mean, but it's sort of, it's one of those things like, oh, you're not enforcing the law in this situation, but you're going to enforce it in every other. It seems to me that it would be better maybe to recognize this situation and find a way to address it that recognizes how people need to use that.
We did. I mean, we certainly, when we looked 2 to 3 years ago, when we had a consultant come in and look at what it might look like to revamp the mole, one of those options was sort of a kiss and go along Pebbly Beach Road that would, you know, you kind of drive through and it's slowly at 5 miles an hour, boot your person out and, you know, bye, see you, and keep going. And I agree that it's an issue. I also, you know, I want to stick up for Jesse Delgado, who's out there, who I've personally witnessed, you know,
helping people.
People are mean.
Yeah.
People are mean. And when Jesse has gone to say, hey, you know, you need to move your vehicle, people all out yell at him. And I've witnessed it on so many occasions. And it's just, you know, then you have the hassle of that ginormous vehicle that's out there that's trying to maneuver around all the golf carts, and then you have the tour buses going in there.
Right.
I mean,
it's a crunch space.
It definitely is, but the problem that I see is that when Jesse actually tries to you know, enforce the laws and the codes, I mean, it's sort of a, yeah, I'm going to do whatever I want anyway.
Yep.
And I don't know how you mitigate that, aside from starting to write tickets, which is just going to, I mean, that just irritates everyone. But it is part of the bigger picture of what we do with the top side of the mole. And,
It's bad at that period.
you know, I think hopefully we get to
Maybe
have a
at one
P3
time,
conversation about
Maybe we get the deputies out there when the boats come in to help Jesse along if anybody gets out of control.
So I know personally, Mayor, when I've gone to pick up people and I've pulled into the mole and I think, oh, there's like 15 golf carts, cars waiting, and then I look down the ramp and there's a lot of empty spaces. So people are just parking closer to it. So if you're giving me a direction here, I'm not quite getting it.
Well, I guess I just don't know what the direction is. Somebody, I believe, got a ticket for being out of their golf cart. So, and if you're going to help somebody out from there, you know, you're walking to go get somebody in a wheelchair or whatever, you're out of your golf cart and you're potentially going to get a ticket. And I think somebody did get a ticket. And so I don't know what the answer is, or I don't know if that makes sense. If we're all crammed out there at the same time waiting to pick up somebody from the boat, maybe there isn't a ticket if you leave your golf cart, because you're not going to go downtown. You're not going to the swings. You're waiting to pick up somebody from the boat. So I guess maybe it's a leniency on that side. But JG is here, and he's got something he wants to say.
Well, yeah, I mean, I got some major issues with all of this over there at the mall. It's not everybody. I mean, it's one thing to have one person stand there and say, okay, I got to go help somebody off the boat, but you don't. You have 35 different people there. You have taxi cabs that people have to walk across the road to get to the taxi cab. Mm-hmm. That carts are speeding back and forth, and I mean that whole traffic situation up there is going to be looked at. And I think I'm talking with Bob when we get ready to do the mole improvement at the top. That whole thing's going to be looked at. It's just everybody takes advantage of the situation. And Cindy, you are 100% right. Delgado gets beat up left and right over there till they write tickets because staff wants them to write tickets, and then you write tickets and then they get complaints about them writing tickets. It's crazy, but it's something that it's been the way it is, and I mean, the only short way of doing it is just redesigning that mole.
Yeah.
And in the summertime, be out there about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I mean, there's 700 people moving back and forth, and people will get out of their carts, and then the guy behind them can't back up because that person's out of the cart. So, we can't say don't write tickets, because that's the only thing that keeps some people moving along. I mean, the tickets are the tickets, and they know the rules. So I worked with the Island Company on that big white bus that was coming through there at 3:45 in the afternoon, dropping off the workers from the ranch. It's 45 feet long. And it's like, you can't go through there. Park it on the street and have your workers walk to the boat, So we worked out that problem, but there's still a major parking, and it's going to be, if you get a ticket, sorry, pay the ticket. Give Jesse a break. I mean, he gets beat up left and right, and it's not right. It's just not right. So, anyway, that was my.
Thank you. So I guess there's no direction. It was just a kind of a clarification.
And that reminds me, because this is something I wasn't here for, but I did have an inquiry about about what's the story with the street sweeper and the every other side of the street, and is that an issue we're going to talk about when transportation stuff comes up, maybe?
Yeah, I think it is a bullet point.
There was also a question about someone who's disabled who, is moving their cart, not getting tickets if they don't, and, if the street sweeper's not. Anyway, I think it's a bigger issue than just that, and one that we're going to tackle when we do transportation stuff. Okay, great.
Yes.
And in the same vein, could we at the next agenda talk about residential handicap parking spaces?
July 3rd or July?
Whatever the city manager wants to put it on, at her discretion.
You said next, so I'm just clarifying.
Next available meeting, just rephrase it then, because I've been contacted by a couple of people who.
Right.
And then I did just want to, I guess I forgot, I know the mayor was there, and I believe that Councilmember Cassidy was there at the Santa Catalina Island Foundation. We should give thanks and credit to Linda Rifkin and her program that helps get our island kids into colleges, and it was a very nice dinner that they gave, and then awards, and I would say it was attended by probably 80 people. Nice. So kudos to them too. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay, it was very good.
It was very nice.
Good. Okay. All right, now we're
Agenda time.
all right. Oral communication. This is opportunity for members of the community to speak on items that are not on the agenda. No action will be taken, and you will be limited to 3 minutes. Is there anybody? Yeah, Jim Luchahan and Janny Hall. We're lining them up.
Good evening, Council. Good evening. Janny Hall, 334 Clarissa. I have a letter to the editor this week that I was hoping maybe members of the council might be interested in, or the public, and it was inspired by walking past Little Vaughn's. So it goes like this. As summer season begins, we need to think about our island ecology, our marine life, and our limited landfill space. Mylar balloons fly over storefronts, signaling high school graduations. Inflated plastic sharks hang outside Vaughn's like signage. Plastic Chinese-made American flags decorate golf carts, homes, and buildings. 'Tis the season for the 4th of July additions to our ever-expanding, soon-to-be overflowing, and ultimately closed landfill. Since our city's theme this year is Avalon the Beautiful, living the beach life, perhaps we could momentarily reflect on marine ecology. Plastics fill our oceans, our fisheries, beaches, and negatively affect the well-being of fish and marine mammals. Mylar literally never decomposes. Fortunately, some hope lies in the decisions being made in the UK, France, and other European countries who are passing legislation to resist the plastics industry. Our Northwest neighbor states are intently recycling now that China will no longer accept our refuse. Cities from London to San Francisco, Manhattan to tiny Malibu are outlawing disposable plastics, starting with straws. Avalon wisely banned styrofoam last year, except for the grocery stores. That progress and foresight is praiseworthy, but not in itself a solution. We shouldn't wait until legislators mandate change. It needs to start with a conscientious effort by us as islanders to diminish the use of plastic in our everyday lives. Our city council can also continue to take steps to make Avalon more enlightened, eco-friendly community by banning Mylar and working with the Avalon Waste Services to initiate a green waste program, i.e. compost.
Mm-hmm.
So here's wishing you a very low plastic 4th of July. Let's band together to ban those plastic straws in our mojitos. Paper straws serve generation of us just fine.
Yeah.
Thank you for listening.
Yeah,
and I'm
thank
going
you.
to start with my new biodegradable poop bags.
Yes.
You timed that well. You had 6 seconds left on the 3 minutes. That was awesome.
No, that was an excellent letter, and actually I was going to say something in council member reports, and then I saw Jenny's letter, and I said, oh man, I'm just going to defer to that because that says everything. But I will say, I made copies of National Geographic. June's issue has amazing information on the damage that we are doing to our planet and to our kids and to ourselves, and through the use of plastics. And at one time they were touted as women were going to have all this time because they'd no longer have to wash dishes, but I think that we now see the folly of that. So I encourage you to pick up a copy if you haven't seen that, and I would like to really see us bring back the Manhattan Beach Ordinance in its totality, and let's see what else they have successfully done that we can incorporate here, which included things like the plastic straw ban. I don't know how many of you saw the video of biologists trying to pull a plastic straw out of a sea turtle's nostril, but it was the most horrific thing that I've ever seen. I mean, lately, except for caging kids separated from their parents in the border. And also the styrofoam, that we're still allowing Vons to carry those kinds of things. So that was going to be my request.
And the Mylar makes a lot of sense,
and
too.
The Mylar,
because
and the Mylar balloons.
We see that in the ocean all the time.
And then the other thing with the inflatable toys is that the chemicals that are added to the fossil fuels that are burned to make the polymers to make plastic, the chemicals that are used to create flexibility and thinness are the most dangerous. So those, I think, I did a quick search to see if there were any communities that were regulating the inflatables, but it seems to be like the thing du jour. And even if we required a deposit and that they be returned, you don't get your deposit back, something to ensure those aren't going into our landfill, that something like that makes sense. Okay.
So if there's council direction,
So
I
thank you,
can
Jenny.
bring back for a study session.
Yeah. Great.
Manhattan Beach, and I'll also talk with
Yeah.
Christy Hogan from our office,
Yeah.
who's Malibu City
Malibu's
Attorney.
doing some great things too.
To
Okay.
kind of see what they've done, and we'll bring those
And
forward to you.
I'd like to add into that, there are so many different options on straws now that we really need to add that to our list of styrofoam products is plastic straws, and there's just so many options out there now. There's no reason why we need plastic.
So when it comes to Vons, they're packaging all of their meats right at the source, that, you know, right? They'll bring in the steaks and then they put them, I mean, I remember in the old days that always used to just be in paper. I don't know if that's what they do on the mainland as well, but that might be something we could reach out to them for, because like on the chicken, and the, right, and the big platters of chicken. And,
Yeah, but they're also continuing to sell styrofoam products.
Oh, and
the
Oh,
beach
right,
coolers
right.
are really bad.
yeah, yeah.
The styrofoam coolers.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, Jim Luchahan.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. I just wanted to take a moment to bring to the public's attention, for those who might not know, that about a week and a half ago, a handful of us from the island joined with tourism leaders from throughout the state at CalTravel's annual summit, and I'm happy to announce that there were awards given that evening for many categories of outstanding leadership in tourism, and one of our own, the Catalina Island Conservancy, won the Tourism Stewardship Award for the year. And that's not only a great honor for us as an island, but when you look at the likes of who we compete with for that attention at the state level in tourism, it's pretty significant. We've got SeaWorld, Disneyland, City of San Francisco, things like that that we're competing with whenever we're trying to put Catalina on the map, and we managed to do it in a very big way this year, and I'm really honored that that we were selected, and I'm happy that Tony's in the room.
Yeah.
Related to that, we also had one of our young leaders honored that evening. Amanda Bombard, who works with Catalina Express, was honored as being one of the emerging leaders under 30 years of age, taking a leadership role in tourism at the local and statewide level. And I want to let any who are of the habit of showing up for our board and committee meetings on the third Thursday of the month at the Chamber and Visitors Bureau, I wanted to remind them that this is an exceptional month. We are not meeting on the third Thursday. We are meeting on the fourth Thursday, because on the third Thursday, which is later this week, most of my staff and a handful of other island representatives and I will be traveling to Sacramento to meet with Visit California, the other statewide tourism authority. This one, the destination marketing organization for the state. We've been 2 years trying to get on the list for this meeting. We're taking over their entire staff board meeting for the morning of Thursday the 21st. There'll be 100 people in the room, and including a lot of their global contractors for international PR and film. So their whole meeting will be about Catalina on that day. So we're heading out tomorrow to go do that. We have added another, or trying to bring back to life, I should say. It's an existing one in our bylaws, an ad hoc committee that had lost a little bit of momentum, so we're trying to bring it back. Our next meeting for that is also on the 28th, and it's our cruise industry, I'll call it association. That's not, I'm messing up the terms, but our cruise industry folks, those who are interested in working with the cruise industry or already working with the cruise industry in our community, and they are invited to join us at 9 a.m. in the Founders Room at US Bank if they want to add it to their slew of meetings that we hold on that day. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Well,
Hi, I do the Meals on Wheels program, and they got rid of the boxes, but they replaced them with like a cellophane, but it's hard and it doesn't burn. So, and those don't work either. When they bring them to us, they collapse, and they're having a difficult. The residents are having a difficult finding some sort of cardboard that, when they stack the meals on top of each other, don't collapse. But we replaced it with something that they're replacing it with something that doesn't work either.
that's what you're putting the meals into.
That's
the hot box.
Yeah, when I order the meals,
right.
And I do like sometimes over 30 meals a day.
Right.
And that's a lot of waste. That's it's not disposable. So if somebody knows, with the restaurants, whoever works with them, what they can use, if somebody knows some sort of container that they could use that is disposable,
Aren't
instead
those
of just
people,
replacing.
All those people are supposed to be using a paper product or whatever, and you're saying some of them are still furnishing them in styrofoam?
No, plastic.
No.
In plastic?
Well,
I don't know what
they
that
say it's not plastic,
No.
but
It's waxed cardboard, I think is what you're referring to.
there's no cardboard at all. You can see through it.
You can see through it?
Oh,
Yeah.
like Lloyd's
So
did
it's-
with the apple or something.
Oh, it's, yeah.
So I really don't know
It's
what the
the-
material is, but it's
probably corn.
Probably
it's gonna
corn, I
be
was
the
gonna
same
say.
as,
Yeah.
Yeah, I think what you say, everything is being, they're following the code.
Right.
But it's just not holding up. And she has to stack 10 of them together with collapsing boxes. I think that's the same number.
yes. But even so, I mean, even if they didn't collapse, they have to be disposed of, and they're not disposable. So it's not working for us,
You mean
and
they're
it's
not
not working for the rest.
Biodegradable? They're not,
I don't know, because I'm not sure what the material is.
I think it might be better for the restaurateurs to maybe talk to Dan directly, and.
Okay, thank you.
No, thank you.
Leslie Warner, 306 Whitley. I just want to say the workers have been putting so much effort into making the downtown look lovely and getting ready for summer. However, I wondered if there's an update on the trash cans, because our trash cans are still horrible. So that was one thing, just a question. And my other question is, when I love to walk behind Tremont Hall or up around over Hogsback, there are many totally dead eucalyptus trees. And as we continue to get drier and drier, and we had that one crash up past Rick Harp's house a couple months ago, like down over the road, who is responsible for these dead eucalyptus trees? And what can we do to prevent any further problems with those? That was just a question. And then the other thing, there are some old stanchions, those flood control cement stanchions that are there by the Holiday Inn and also up past Rick Harp's house, which have become depository areas for trash. And as we're cleaning up our city and trying to look beautiful, I just wondered who's responsible for those and that property, because there's old motors, it's sad to see. So just as we're trying to make our town look as beautiful and clean as possible, if those things could be checked on. Thank you.
K-Rails.
Yeah.
The K-rails, yeah.
So trash cans, we already had the workshop, and we had an attendance, I think it was 8. They came for our community, and we spent over an hour and a half discussing that. And so we'll be taking that information and putting it together with a program, okay, and then bringing that to council. Next steps. The trees, it depends on where they are at. You know, if they're on Island Company property, they're the Island Company's responsibility in that area. If they're on individual property owners, they're the individual property owners. If they're in the city's right-of-way, then the city's right-of-way. And usually, twice a year, we're working with the Island Company for some of those large ukes to get those trimmed up. And we're identifying those with an arborist to get the most dangerous ones taken care of as the city takes 2 or 3 days of that tree company to trim trees. The Island Company takes, much more extensive effort to trim their trees, because we also have our own staff that's trimming the smaller trees. And as far as the trash removal behind the K-rail, depends on where it's at, whether it's on, usually it'll be on the Island Company's property, or it'll be in the city right away. And then so we're seeing emails, that's how it's identified, or we're actually looking at those areas. So if somebody sees something that we don't see because it's stashed behind a K-rail, then please give us a call, give us an email, and we'll see, and we'll take a look at it and try to get that cleaned up.
And I will say, if there's trash behind those areas, if it's like one piece of thing, we just don't, it's not I see Chris in the audience, that we don't just, we're not going to touch it because it's on their property. We scratch their back, they scratch ours type of thing. Depending on what it is, if it's something huge, it's going to cost a lot of money. We have contact point with the island company and vice versa. They reach out to code. We'll red tag it if it's on city property, and then they have their own process too. So we will check out behind the K-rail. I do think that that's Island Company property, and we'll take a look at it, and Chris is aware now too.
Great. Okay.
Paul Patterson, 221 Whitley. I was going to say, I was out noticing what was happening. I was going to suggest about handicap. I get on the 745, that's usually the boat I take when I'm going over town, and I see, you know, there's many people that need assistance on that early morning boat going over for doctor's appointments. We have 2 spots. And I even took a picture of it that, you know, 3 people are parked in those 2 handicap spots that all have placards. Perhaps we could provide more handicap spots for people, because it can be an issue. Where else is there to park, and what do you do, right?
And they can park anywhere, Paula, though.
That's true,
Yeah.
they can. But I don't know, for some reason they were all squished into those 2 little handicaps. I don't know if they realized that. And you've also added additional parking on the one side, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that was great. And then I'm so in support of what Jani read. I just, why wait? Why sooner? Why not sooner than later? But I was going to say maybe we could approach some of the local retailers that are selling these items, and we could have, if they would be willing to buy them back for less, or I don't know what, but just so that every summer we have hundreds and hundreds of those things get purchased and left behind. When people leave, they're not going to take those things back with them. So I don't know if the retailers would be willing to take them back, sell them for a reduced price. I don't know. It's a crazy idea, but you know, sometimes people have solved bigger issues with crazy ideas. And then also on the Meals on Wheels, I can't know what the logistics of that are, but couldn't we use non-disposable items to deliver the meals? It would make it nicer for the people getting it. I don't know if people get the meals every day, if those can be traded out, taken back to the restaurants. They can go through whatever dishwashing, sanitizing system they have, so that, you know, they're more expensive from the get-go, but they'll pay for themselves 50 times instead of having to buy more and more containers to take things to people's homes and serve it to them.
No, that is an interesting concept. A lot of people take home their leftovers, and so getting those back, I think they have to.
Okay, so they get served at a place. They're not delivered to their homes.
Some are delivered to their homes, and then some are delivered and they eat all together.
Right, right. So corralling them in could be an honor system. Just remember when we used to take back milk bottles? I don't know.
Yeah,
It's a crazy thought, but
no, it's not a crazy thought.
It's going back to something we all did before, that we have to start thinking about doing it that way again. But anyway, thanks, you guys.
And Paula, this is a really good time, given your knowledge about getting on the 745 boat. It's a good time to remind our citizens that we do have the Dial-A-Ride program, and we do have subsidized taxi service that is extremely inexpensive, if not free in some cases. And I've talked to so many members who have brought up that issue, members of our community, and I've just said, you know, maybe look at the Dial-A-Ride program, maybe look at, you know, the subsidized taxi tickets, which are, you know, really just not that much.
Very reasonable.
So it's a good time for us to bring that back up, to remind our community that those options are also available.
Right, right. Okay, thanks.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, we're moving on to the consent calendar. And there are 5 items on consent.
There are 5 items on the consent calendar this evening. The first one is actions from June 5th, 2018, regular city council meeting. We have warrants for a total disbursement for the month of May, totaling $2,324,214.51. Number 3 is adopting a resolution notifying the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors of the city's desire to receive specialized or specified law enforcement services from the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Office, authorizing the expenditure of COPS grant funds, and authorize the city manager to execute the city-county municipal law enforcement services agreement for fiscal year 18-19. Number 4 is to appoint Mayor Annie Marshall as the voting delegate, and Mayor Pro Tem Cindy Cassidy, McGugan Cassidy, and Ole Olson as the alternate voting delegates. and to adopt the resolution designating those voters, and that is for the League of California Cities Conference, September 12th through the 14th. Number 5 is to approve sending a letter to the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors in support of LA County Sheriff's Department. That was at the request of Mayor Marshall.
Mayor, or actually Denise, my particular packet is missing item number 1, actions, and I know sometimes we get them the day of.
Yours too?
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, mine was, and I thought it got lost on my desk, so I made another copy. So do you want to hold that item over then?
Could we please?
Yeah, mine was missing one or two.
Sorry about that.
And then, Mayor, I'd like to pull item number 3.
Okay.
And I would ask to pull 5 and talk about those together.
Who's staff on 1, 2, and 4?
No, 2 and 4.
2 and 4.
Second?
Further comments? Call for the vote.
I had the actions.
You had actions?
Yes.
We had big printer problems. Yeah. I don't know why.
I mean, it's because I got it electronically.
Oh.
Oli, I didn't get your vote.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay. All ayes.
Item number 3.
Okay. So, we don't have Captain Hawking here tonight. So one of my questions is does our contract include any services outside of the city of Avalon, like Two Harbors or the deputy that's at Two Harbors? Okay. And I reread through our contract, which is the contract from June 29th, 2004, and then the subsequent additions. And I am not seeing in the contract what exactly and fully are the services that we receive. There is an addendum A to the original contract that specifically is supposed to state all the components to the contract, but it's not actually in here. So the contract that we look at is to pay for essentially 5 deputies in the city. And our portion of the contract is I know we get resources from LA County. I know that we get, let's say, a detective and other resources, but it doesn't say everything that we do get. So it's hard for me to look at this amount of money and the increases that we've had over the last couple of contracts that we've signed, and the number of employees or the number of resources hasn't changed. That's kind of my first question. And I don't know if anybody else has any information. I don't have that information. Okay. So I guess that's one of the concerns I have, is continuing to give an increase for the contract when I know
that covers the liability trust fund for all of LA County sheriffs, the contract cities. So is your question, you want to know how that 5 is divided up, if it's a sergeant, if it's
Well, I think we have so many conversations, and we spent a significant amount of time the last quarter of 2017 talking about, what resources we have on the street, how often do we have people, ramping up our policing, if you will, making more arrests, more consequences for bad behavior, actually sort of taking a second look at the letter of the law versus the spirit of the law, and perhaps we've been a little more spirit of the law than letter of the law the last few years. And so I guess if this was presented that this was just a basic cost of living type increase, then that would be one thing, but I just want to make sure that each time we increase the fees for this contract, that we're actually getting additional results for that as well.
I will bring the item back with thorough explanation
I had asked for some additional information too. So I did get And is this out of finance? Did you guys do this, Bob? I'm sorry. It shows the
No.
Avalon rate and the percent of increase from 2013 through the proposed contract amendment, and then other contract city rates.
That whole packet I gave to you, Pam, came from the county, and that was delivered
Okay.
to me at the dais when we started the meeting.
So according to this, what they're showing is we've seen an average of a 2% increase per year. And other cities are paying a 3% increase. So we're getting somewhat of a little benefit that other cities were not, probably based on our size.
Well, we also, from the 16-17 fiscal year to the 17-18 fiscal year, last year on June 20th, 2017 meeting, we approved a total cost increase of $74,000, which was 5.6%.
Right, okay.
In
Then
just that
then
one
these
year.
numbers didn't make sense to me when I looked at them.
Yeah.
But that, when I asked the city manager to reach out, that's what she got. And the reason that I asked to look at this in conjunction with number 5, and for the public's benefit, the law enforcement services agreement that we have with the county, we contract with them for our sheriff services. They're proposing to increase it by 7%, which amounts to about $14,000. It's allocated between an increase in cost of services, which presumably would be workers' comp, pension, employee benefits, employee raises, and then the way that it works with the contract cities is there's what's called a liability trust fund allocation. So for claims that are made based on improper police services, all of the contract cities pay into this fund, and that's about $7,000 of this proposed increase. But my concern also goes to the idea that if you look at item 5, which is to approve a letter that was requested by the union for all of the deputies, other than the management deputies, to the Board of Supervisors. They are in the middle of contract negotiations, and ostensibly this letter says it's really important to work to recruit and fill the 1,800 or roughly spots that you have open across the county. But also you need to recognize that our deputies aren't being paid enough, and they are working overtime, and they're having other kinds of not healthy work environments. And my concern is, at a certain point, when do we say we're not really getting what we're paying for? Or what we're paying for is not what we need, and are there other options for police services? Because it could be that at some point the county says our primary duty is to provide sheriff services for the county, the unincorporated portions of the county, and we're sorry, cities, unless you're willing to pay a lot more money, we can't do this. But my commission had the recruiting people come in and talk about the difficulties that they're having, and if you read through the blogs, the deputies have one version, it's bad management. If you read through other news stories, it's other kinds of things. But just on the last the last County Board of Supervisors, there was a $1.7 million settlement for wrongful death lawsuit alleging excessive force during an attempted apprehension. So we're paying for all of that. And I'm just concerned because of the presentation that was made about recruitment, that all of these excessive force things are feeding into the problem of not being able to recruit people. And essentially their attrition, whether it's for injury on duty or retirement or stress leave or anything else, is ahead of what they're able to recruit. It doesn't look like they're going to be able to catch up.
Right.
And then something's going to have to give at some point. I mean, I appreciate that we're going to send this letter. It's sort of a support for the deputies, but that also comes out of our pocket.
Right.
Every time they give those deputies an increase, they're going to turn around to their contract cities and say, here's your share of that increase in costs. So.
And we did reach out to Supervisor Hahn's office to verify that they would be in support of this letter, that was the direction that they wanted, and it was.
Yeah, I don't know that it's there in support of the letter.
I just
It's
wanted
been-
to make sure that.
Right. No,
The rest
because
of
I
the
looked
council
on
know
the Facebook, I mean, the deputies are doing a very good PR campaign, as I would expect them to, and they have a list of a bunch of other cities. I mean, we're not alone. It's Compton, Cudahy, there's probably a list here of 15 other contract cities that have sent a similar letter. So, we're not doing something that other people haven't.
And so with those?
So, I don't know, my sense is, I mean, we are where we are, we're into the fiscal year practically, that I think that we need to add it to the long list of things we really need to take a look at. See what other contract cities are talking about, what are they doing about it? See whether, if the county comes up with some additional monies or support or whatever it is that the sheriffs want in terms of recruiting, whether that's making any kind of difference. Is that kind of where you were going, Cindy?
Yeah, and I don't necessarily, I don't want us to stop where we are in the contract per se, but I would just really like it to be taken seriously that I'm not in favor of, additional cost of services and certainly paying into the liability when I don't feel we have a clear picture of what services we're receiving at this time. So if my asking to hold this item over is going to hinder the city in any way, shape, or form, or is going to, decrease any services until we can get all that sorted out, I don't want to proceed that way. But I would I would say in the next, fairly urgently, I would at least like to have a presentation from LA County or from the Sheriff's Department, what do they provide, the number of employees that are provided, where the funding comes from, what is the total amount of funding it's required to run the Avalon station, what we receive for that total funding, what is our portion, what is the county's portion. I think that would be making a better financial decision for the city if we had that. So I'm going to throw it out to the council. I will not hinder us if we want to move forward on this, but
Well, I think they were pretty straightforward. It's a liability trust fund, and then I hate to say but just another $7,000. So I don't think we're going to be, we're not going to sit there and argue $7,000, I don't think, with them, and we can't do anything about the trust fund. So I think we can approve this. I would be willing to approve it, and then, yes, with the kind of detail you want.
Conditions?
Well, that they just be here.
They'll be there.
Mm-hmm.
They just come and give us the update.
give us a presentation in a time frame in which we can absorb the information prior to it.
Right. So, and I think that from a contractual point, what they're saying is you get 5 deputies. I mean, you get 5 positions, but how that's allocated here is really a matter between us and Captain Hawking, I suspect.
It's the 5 deputies and not any of this. We're not paying for any of the support.
Well, it's factored in.
Not really.
Yeah, if you look at the contract, the little presentation that Sheriff McDonald gave that I asked for, it is.
Well, I will make the motion to approve 3.
Can we do 5 as well?
Yeah.
I guess I'll make 3 and 5.
Okay, I'll second.
Okay, further
Oh, geez.
discussion, call for the vote.
All ayes.
Okay.
Real agenda.
Item number 6.
Item number 6 is a public hearing, and this is on our fee schedules that are proposed for fiscal year 2018-19. Council was provided with 2 options to increase the fees by a 3% or 5%, and any other comments you had on the fees that are on the schedule. Staff has met several times on the fee schedule, and for any of them that they wanted added, deleted, whatever, so you have the final results.
Sorry. Forgot I have it.
And I'm sorry, the 3% and 5% were how were those 2 numbers?
Okay.
How were those percentages derived?
No, it was, what the city did is it looked at all the kind of costs that have increased since the last time you've done this, and it's
Right.
at least 5%.
Right.
So, what we're saying is, you can raise it 5%, or you don't have to raise it to cover the whole cost. You can just raise it 3%. So it's council's option is 5 is what we've noticed it for, but you can do anything less. And, the option is 3%. We've given you just examples of what the 5 and 3% look like.
But we can't do 10?
No, because you've noticed it max for 5, and also it's our estimate that, you can only charge the reasonable cost of providing the services. And
Well, Madam
so-
Mayor, if I may make a couple of comments.
Sure.
Okay, California law allows cities to recoup the cost of providing user services. So user services are those services that are generally not funded by the general fund, by taxpayer money. But for marketing and political reasons, most cities don't charge 100% of the cost. So in order to get to a 10% level, we'd have to do a special study and analyze each individual fee, determine the true cost, the overhead charges, the material costs, et cetera. What we did is we identified that since FY fiscal year 15-16, there have been some major increases in a lot of our costs. You have examples in the report on page 2. Our unfunded liability is increasing by about $100,000 a year. There's additional costs of commodities are also been increasing. So we feel very comfortable that our costs have increased by at least 5% and probably more. So what we are recommending is that you consider raising fees, and we gave you 2 options that the city manager and city attorney mentioned. We gave you a 3% option and a 5% option. Now we've calculated the impact on revenues. For general city fees, a 3% across the board increase would generate about $20,000 a year. A 5% general city increase would generate about $35,000 a year. And with regard to harbor fees, there we're recommending a 3.8% increase tied to the CPI, and that would generate about $95,000 in harbor-related fees. So in order to adopt new fee schedules, it requires a public hearing, and that's where we're at today.
And I should say, the city did do a very in-depth study where every city staff person was interviewed, and the amount of time they spent on each of these things was calculated, and it was all broken down, and I don't remember when that was done. But since then, the city council, I think, has voted to increase those fees generally by the cost, the CPI.
I would actually
Is that
say,
a fair statement?
I would say it's been actually less than CPI,
Okay.
but no more than
But
the
no
max,
more
right?
than CPI.
Correct.
But we
correct.
started with some rational basis in which we calculated the starting point, and then we've just been increasing it by CPI or less.
Absolutely
Okay.
correct.
Okay, staff is here to answer any questions on any of the fees, if you have any. And we also have the slides that we can show the audience and the television audience as well.
Should we?
And Bob, have you, in terms of the like permit fees and so forth, which are the business license? The planning permit and those kinds of fees are all you're recommending
they're
the same?
included, yes.
The same amount.
Yes.
Okay.
Bob, overall, how does the city of Avalon's fee structure compare to however like-kind municipalities?
Well, my perspective, and I haven't done a survey, but my perspective is that our fees are relatively low, and we don't have a lot of the fees that other cities have. In other cities, they have maybe 20 pages of fees. They kind of max them out. We don't have that many fees, in my opinion, and they haven't been raised in a long time, so they're relatively low. I mean, I think in 15-16, there was maybe 8 fees that were increased, and that was a result of an in-depth analysis, but all the other fees were left as is, and I'd have to go back in history, but my guess is they hadn't been increased for years before 15-16. In the meantime, our costs have gone up, but that's my general perspective. One is that we don't have a lot of fees in relation to other cities, and I think our fees are not at the high end.
Mm-hmm. So we'll start with the opening of the public hearing. Does anybody like to speak?
So I understand that this is a blanket 3 or 5 at this time. Can you ever go in and make allowances for some certain types of fees on an individual basis, or does it have to happen like that?
No, we've actually imposed fees for specific services or matter with the supporting document showing how that fee was calculated. So you can always come in and add fees, and I think we've done it, twice the last year. We had a specific fee where it wasn't in the fee schedule, and we looked at it, oh, this is a service that is costing the city something, and so we adopted a fee for that.
Or a fee that is currently what it is and maybe doesn't make sense or might need to be readjusted. Can you look at things individually that way with these fees?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you.
So Paula, one topic that you and I have talked about, which I have a note on and my question was already answered, vehicle permit fees, for example. Could we do something extraordinary with vehicle permit fees that would actually help to cover some additional of the increased costs of maintaining our roads and whatnot? And so we can't today, but it's something that I think we can bring back at another time individually, because that would require changing the ordinance as well, wouldn't it? Or is it just a particular fee that we would have to study and justify?
Not for fees based upon services rendered. You just look at that specific fee, and then you'd amend the resolution.
Oh, the resolution.
As
Okay.
to those specific fees.
Okay. So that's one, for example, that I would really like to look at some point, but tonight was not the night, I guess. And then one of the fees that if I've missed it, forgive me, but I know Mayor Marshall's brought it up several times about a fee for like weddings on the beach or beach usage. Did I miss it in
Well,
here?
Oli's the one that's always been bringing it up.
Oh, Oli has. I thought it was you. I'm sorry.
No, but I'm sure we have had a discussion about that, and I see that there's fees in here.
Reservation.
The reservation fee. I guess the problem is, can I talk about it?
Yeah.
Will this impact your business by?
Oh. Well, I know, because I do beaches up at Buena Vista Point and on the, so, I make a general statement about any fees in general on city property. May I make a statement like that?
Yes, but I will just tell you what the law is on fees for use of city property. It's whatever the city can charge.
I don't know why we do it on this. I don't know why we
right.
do it on this.
It's market rate. It's whatever the city can get for the rental of city property.
Right.
The city can charge. And a couple years ago, we had 5 hours on the mooring fees.
Right. So I guess on my general umbrella statement, I mean, if you want to pull it off of here for whatever the market will bear, that's fine. But on any city property, such as across the street, I think there's an expectation if you pay for something that it's going to be clean and that kind of thing. And this is easily monitored. Some areas within the city, if it's used for a hootenanny, not for a wedding, used for a hootenanny, there's going to be expectations that that property is going to be good. The stairs, because the potential for liability on some of those properties is not good. So I guess the point is what the expectation would be for those people that are paying a permit fee on some piece of property that's not maintained. And I don't know how you all want to deal with that.
I'd like to pull those fees from this, or what I would say is, let's approve what's in here and bring it back to really look at whether we're giving it away.
Yeah.
Because I think that,
Facility
a facility fee.
Yeah.
So an encroachment permit really just, that permit fee pays for the cost of processing it. It should
Right.
not pay for the ongoing commercial benefit from the use of city property.
Right.
And in the
Yeah.
same way, using a facility.
Yeah.
So
No,
I like the approach that we have, that there's a residence fee and a non-resident fee. I would want to keep that structure.
Yeah.
But I think we should spend some time looking at
Okay.
those. Yeah. So I have another issue, and that is our building permit fees are based on valuation. And my recollection of how that works is somebody gives an estimate of what they think it's going to cost them to build, but there's no real checking of that number. And I don't know whether our building permit person or Amanda our planning director has some sense of whether that's abused or not abused.
Well, my sense is that occasionally it does get abused. But what we have a valuation table from the county of what it, dollars per square foot it costs to build a single-story wood frame or a 4-story apartment building. So we use that as a reference point. So when people do come in and this is the valuation they put on their project, at least we have something that we can double check. But it is ultimately up to the person to say. We have had occasions where people come in and say, oh, it's only going to cost me $40,000 to add a whole nother story on my house. And it's like, no, sorry. Bring us in and we do have the option if it is really so horrendous off point, to ask them to give us a copy of their contractor's bid. This is the value. It's not, we have people come in and they say, well, can I take out the cost of the carpet? Can I take out the cost of the paint? Can I take out the cost of the doorknobs? You know, I got free doorknobs from my grandmother. It's not a part of the value. It's the value of the project. So it is a challenge to try to make sure people are being relatively honest, because it does equate to direct revenue for us.
Right. Offsetting the cost of having the building inspector do his job. I mean, that's the purpose of it.
Correct.
And does the city attorney have some sense? Are there other ways that it's done in other cities that might be more helpful?
Sometimes it's just done on a pure square foot basis. You know, so you can really.
So that sounds kind of like what you're doing. Right. And do you apply an island factor to the county's numbers?
Our policy has been that we don't set the value. We don't say it's going to cost $1 per square foot to build your house, because some person may buy all their supplies at Walmart and the other person may buy all their supplies from Italy. So it's the value of the work. One of the challenges we've had in years past, and we've talked to local contractors about it, is even the valuation, if we use a valuation table from Long Beach, the value of construction in Avalon is higher. We've calculated that it's 20 to 30% higher to do construction in Avalon, which we're all very familiar with, than what it costs to build the same house in Long Beach. But we haven't ever been able to get our hands around how do we equate that to a new valuation table. So maybe it's simply a study and create our own valuation table, like Scott said, so when you come in and it's brand new construction, this square footage, this is what it costs. We're going to calculate the cost. It would certainly streamline it for us.
I suspect there'd be some value in doing that, because there's no disincentive to trying to get away with something, right? If you put it down and nobody asks, it's like, phew, God, we got away with it. And then if somebody questions it, then you go, oh, we forgot about the gold-plated toilet. We'll add a few. Right. Yeah. Right. There should be some more objective way of doing it. I agree.
It's a challenge, because you have the inspector come back and he goes, oh, well, they said they were only doing the cabinets, but actually they're actually doing, the project has evolved.
And how does that differ from what the county assessor does? Because they value improvements versus the land value.
I'm not
What
exactly
do they do?
sure.
How do they do that?
They're just looking at the square footage of the house. They're not looking at the fixtures inside.
Okay.
So it's just purely based upon the square foot sale price of reasonable homes in that area, and then they just give you a square foot number. They don't go inside.
But if it's a remodel, did they get your figures from you? Like when we did our bathroom, did we give you some kind of a number for the project?
You did give us a number, Andy.
And then you pass it on to the county.
On the valuation table that I mentioned, they break it down into remodels, renovations, because that doesn't cost as much as brand new construction. You're not putting in foundations and utility systems.
In Long Beach, if you do a change, you have to give them a copy of the contractor's contract, and that's what they base it on.
And that, I would be happy to see that. Because if there's a way to do that, because it would certainly, we get a piece of paper, this is the bid, this is what the value is.
Okay, can we just put that on the to-do list? I mean, it doesn't change the numbers here.
Right, but if we wanted to change how we calculate
how you calculate it, I think that would be good.
I would be all for that.
Okay, and then didn't we talk about doing a different permit license fee for fixed and unfixed pets? Did we ever talk about it?
Yes.
I thought there was 2 fees.
Oh, we do have.
We do have 2 fees.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It was on my list. I just never
Yeah, neutered
tracked
and
it down in the
unneutered.
long list. Okay.
I would love to increase those fees as well, but I am fearful that it's just going to deter people from registering their
Yeah.
pets, and I think we'd rather have the registered pets. But the cost of cleanup that the city is forced to do and code enforcement is forced to do for owners who, be nice to retrieve some of those fees.
And then I'm just going to make a pitch that we not raise the cost to appeal a city's decision. I think that it's a deterrent to people being a check and balance on how decisions are being made. And that if they're so high, they're already, some of them are $600 or something, it dissuades participation in.
Are you looking at planning or just decisions in general?
Just any appeal fee. They're all, I think the cheapest is $300.
And are those appeals, that's not for the mail out and all of that? That's not?
No, so
No.
we have a different, there's types of appeals. You have an appeal from a planning, which is a certain fee. You have an
Right.
appeal from an administrative decision, which is a certain fee, and I think the
Vehicle.
amendment to the fee would be for those appeals to the city council, that there be neither a 3% or a 5% increase.
That they would just stay where they are.
Okay,
I
and
would be okay with that, yeah.
then, I don't know, where there are, Bob, I don't know how many more fees you can put on this. It seems like there's a lot here, but I'm sure you could come up with them. So again, and this is a discussion for another day, on the CUPs that generate the TOT, that whole thing about the people, you know, I guess we sent a letter out, I don't know how long ago, Amanda, and you know, we have the CUPs that are just sitting there and they're not bringing in any money, or they send us a check for $12 to maintain their CUP. That really needs to be looked at, because if we're going to allow them to keep them, and I'm not even going to say whether it would increase the housing stock, I'm not convinced that that's it, but I think for that perceived value of that CUP to sit on that, we really need to look at that seriously and soon.
And I believe that's part of the long-term study that the Planning Commission is doing. The first phase of that is this: how many people aren't using their CUPs, try and clean that up.
Yeah, but we've been holding on this for about over a year, it seems like. And then there's
Just
this.
a really quick update.
Sure.
We sent out 12 letters to all the property owners at Hamilton Cove that fit in that category. Then we discovered that unfortunately the TOT spreadsheet that we were using hadn't been updated. So we got about half of those people back that said, oh, here's our proof. Then finance has been buried under budget.
Yeah.
So we've been waiting to get an updated TOT spreadsheets from them so that we can go ahead and proceed with more letters out to those property owners that aren't paying
Right.
any TOT at all.
Okay.
So
And the VRBO and the others, where's that?
I think that's the host compliance, and that's on a burner somewhere in the middle, I think.
Coming
closer. Okay.
Coming close.
Just quickly, I have been in contact with Host Compliance the last week or so. They sent me a bunch of documents, and we're going to update them and send it back, and then they're going to get started sending out letters. So, you know.
What
they're-
are their letters saying?
Oh, well, you know, they sent me some form letters from other cities. One of them was in Canada. I didn't like it, so I asked them to generate some form letters that are tailored towards Avalon.
All right.
Yeah.
So,
Or how we get out of it.
Exactly. So what that contract does is, what the firm is supposed to do is troll websites for Avalon and see who's got properties up and they're renting for TOT or Airbnb, and then work with finance to see if they're actually paying fees and then send letters out to them, and then they would get a certain percentage back.
But I think we should be proactive on this side to say, we have to have a policy in place. When that letter goes out, it says, you know, maybe we haven't even set up the policy.
I think we're talking about two different things. You're talking about a situation where somebody doesn't have a CUP. They are under the radar,
Right.
they are renting. You're talking about a situation where people have a CUP,
talking about-
but they aren't reporting a collection of any
No.
monies.
No, I've moved on from that conversation to
okay.
this conversation.
Okay.
Skip
And-
the letter.
Yeah,
Okay.
and so I think we need to say, I mean, we haven't even decided as a council if we want to allow Airbnb and VRBOs? I mean,
We don't have any choice in that. I mean, those are, the people who own those properties are required to get a CUP and comply with all of the things in our ordinance. It has nothing to do with who they use or what platform they use to rent.
Correct.
Really?
Correct. Everyone on an Airbnb has to go through the planning commission to get a CUP for the use of that property.
So that's what I'm saying, I didn't know that, so that would be in that letter.
Well, they're ready to send out letters already.
Uh-huh.
You know, they need to create these, I need to update their files because they have information that dates back from about 6 months ago.
Yeah.
So we need to get them current information, but they can start generating these notices probably, I would say, in the next 30 days. You know, like I said, I'm working with them, and I've got a conference call with them tomorrow afternoon.
Have they given you an indication of how many letters are going out?
They didn't give me an indication, council member, of how many letters were going out.
So we don't know how many bad flies are out there?
No, but just to piggyback on that, they're looking at vacation rentals, but I asked them to submit a proposal on also doing TOT audits, so there's more to it than that.
Right.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
time out. So we have a company, Brownell and Duffy, that do audits of our admission tax payers, our TOT payers, and so forth, which is a whole other topic that I would like us to look at. But the host compliance was the former city manager's proposal. I thought it was idiotic at the time. It's proving to be that, and we are paying these people $30,000 a year. And they have produced absolutely nothing since that contract was given.
Now, I just want to clarify, though, Pam. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to say this fault lies on staff, and I'm part of that problem.
Their contract says they're going to go do this, that they're going to provide reports. They have done absolutely nothing other than like the finance director.
That is not a true statement, Pam, unfortunately, that they have reached out repeatedly to myself, to Amanda, to Bob Mesher at the time, and we just never proceeded forward with it.
All they needed was a list of all the CUP addresses. I mean, that's all they would need to do their job. Was there something else? There's some magic that we were supposed to provide for them? I don't know.
I don't know.
I think you're giving them coverage when they don't really deserve it, but I think it's an issue that deserves to be looked at.
I have to look to see how long that contract is good for, Pam. I don't know off the top of my head. And I will say that I believe when we entered into that contract, Bob Mesher thought that was going to be like a real gold mine for us, that we were going to discover a lot of vacation rentals that were out there. It did sound really good in theory. I don't think we ever really gave it the chance to do anything, unfortunately.
Okay.
And when
because my experience is in this town that the problem is the more insidious one, where people have a network of coworkers and friends of friends who come and use their place. They pay them under the table. They're told, don't just say you're our friends when you get there. And that's how they get around the law. Not so much people who are actually paying money to list in VRBO or Airbnb, because Airbnb says we will collect, they know, they've agreed, we're collecting the TOT. Airbnb knows that. So
there was one that was
I think they bamboozled, the person who made that recommendation, which is not you, and that the city's really not getting anything out of that, because it would take somebody literally 15 minutes to look for Catalina listings on Craigslist, VRBO, and Airbnb once a week. So other than that, I'm really curious, what is it that they're doing?
Well, and then I also know that one in particular collects the TOT, puts it on the contract, but doesn't send it because they were a VRBO or an Airbnb. So that's happening as well. We're not getting our money there either. So. Okay.
Well, as I mentioned, we're talking with them tomorrow. We have a conference call. We're going to go through the whole shebang. They're ready to get started. We're going to get started.
Okay, thank you, Bob.
And Bob Torres.
Bob, I'm curious, does Long Beach use a similar kind of outside company?
They do. They use, there's several firms in California that specialize in this, and they all do business with a lot of cities, but Long Beach, they audit everything. And before they started auditing, of course, we didn't know what we were losing, but once we started auditing, we found that there was what they call leakage.
Yeah, yeah.
And does Brownell and Duffy do audits of individuals who are renting with a CUP?
I don't know if
Do
they
we
do
ever
that or
check
not.
those?
I know Bob wasn't aware that we had somebody that came in like Brownell and Duffy to evaluate at random. They picked businesses and stuff, so we had just started to talk about that on yesterday.
Okay, so, and I apologize, because what you're proposing, I think, is true, that we don't have a service of, but of course, up until recently, most of our vacation rentals were under the umbrella of CIVR, and they opened up their books, but, okay. All right, I'm learning.
I just want to clarify, I found 4 appeal fees, and I just want to, before we just say that we're not going to increase appeal fees, I just want to make sure the 4 appeal fees I found are the appeal to the hearing officer, appeal to the city council, harbor discharge appeal, and the last one was appeal to the planning commission fee. And I don't have any idea what that means. Appeal to planning commission. Would that be a staff's decision? That's, so if staff made a decision, they could appeal to the planning commission? Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
So are you, Pam, you're suggesting not raising any of those?
I am.
Probably go with that.
So then the next
go with
issue
that.
is the council to determine if you want to raise fees, and if so, you can do it up to 5%.
Okay, and I'm not sure either. Did you have more?
Nope, I'm good.
Okay. Recreation Community Services Department. I sat in your seat, so I know what it is. It's really nice to be able to provide a very, 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 very affordable service. However, there was a discussion I had with one of your staff the other day. Well, you got a few now, so I could talk, you know. But I was talking about the sports programs and, you know, the 26, 27, whatever the dollars amount be. And he says, well, that covers, maybe you were even in the room, that covers the balls, the bats, the packs, the awards, the whatever, but it does not cover any staff time. It's basically, it's all the tangible stuff they're pretty much taking care of.
So I don't know that that's totally correct. I haven't gone through all the fees. I could say any of the new fees that we've done, I'll use the outrigger for an example.
Oh, right.
That covers all the direct costs to run the program. I did run a sample. Dave in the office is going to try and get something today. He didn't get a chance to do it. So I ran a sample for basketball, our basketball league, 170 kids in the program. And I included all the costs, uniform costs, ball costs, awards costs, and then our officiating costs, so the staff that we've got on site, so the direct costs for that, and it does cover that as a break even. It doesn't cover, you know, Dave's percentage of time that he puts in the program, you know, my percentage of the time as part of the department, so any overhead costs for that. So I think for the most part, at least our youth sports programs are all real similar to that. Any of our contract classes, we're doing, like the tumbling class we've come out, the dance class that comes out, the ninja class. We are doing a 70-30 split, anywhere between a 70-30 split or a 75-25 split. So we're receiving 25 or 30% for some administrative time. So I think for the most part, we're covering all our direct costs, but not covering above and beyond that. In terms of our fees being low, they are low. Our $35 program here is a $75 or $85, $80 program in Calabasas for the same 10-week program.
Right. And so I don't know that there's nothing really much we can do about it this year, but maybe in the following year, look at those numbers a little more critically and
Yeah, I think what a lot of cities do, they'll make a goal for an offset. You know, what percentage are we going to subsidize the recreation department? And we define what that number is. We can tell you, I can come back at some point and tell you, we are covering, you know, 30% of our costs. Our goal will get to be 50%, and then we can move towards that incrementally. But I think that would be the next step in terms of what we're looking for. Last year when I went through the process, it was to try and we had an 8-week league that was $25, and the same 8-week league, but in basketball was $35. So it was just to get some consistency there, give you some more options for if you're renting all of Joe Machado Field and just want to use the courtyard, you have a courtyard fee. So trying to make it a little more user-friendly. And I think we're there now. It's just going out and trying to capture some more of our total operating costs.
Dan, Dort, team sports have any scholarships for needy kids?
We haven't had to do that. I mean, I think the costs are such that, at the fees, we haven't had somebody come to us specifically and say, we can't cover that cost. So I have yet to be involved in something where somebody's asked to have a cost waived or reduced.
Okay. And along with Pam, we pulling or whatever for a further discussion, like city property, the booth fees, for the festival booth fees, I think those are extremely low.
I think we're going to find that those are going to be real low. Starting with Fall Festival, we need to really work towards getting in line with the county and what their requirements are, and we're going to find that there's permitting fees and the additional things that we need to have on site, fire extinguishers, sinks, closed tents, canopies. So we will probably need to come back at some point and get those fees adjusted to match our costs for that.
Well, should we just be pulling them off now? And so that we will look at them?
You
Because
know,
Spring
I
Fest is
kind of like to know, what people are bringing in. If there's some, way that we can collect some data to get a sense of
the amount of money they're making.
What people are really garnering from getting a booth versus.
Well, I can tell you, people come up, they say they do.
Right, and I do know that for the art
really
festival,
well.
the fees were substantially increased, and people really did not complain because they were making so much more in compared to other cities.
Exactly.
But there are certain things that really seem to be more local businesses. It's more locals deal than people coming in from the outside and looking to make money. So I kind of have mixed feelings about that. I don't know. Yeah.
So is that something we could look at and try to bring back before Fall Fest?
I certainly can do that. We'll go through and we'll price that. We can take a look at what other cities are doing for comparable programs, and then come back with a recommendation there. And then we can always come back and have these
Can we can leave
adjusted.
them on for now and bring it back?
I guess we do, so in case something
Yeah.
comes up in the interim or whatever, we have the fees there.
Does that work?
I
Yeah.
prefer to leave them on for now, but we could still.
Okay.
Okay, and we're gonna pull, is that what we said, the city facilities? Use of city
I think
facilities?
they would stay the same for now because we couldn't go any more than 5% anyway.
Yeah, but she's
City
talking about the
facilities.
beach rental and like Buena
Yeah,
Vista
because
Point.
we're not limited by the 5% on those. Those could, we can,
Oh, I see, then.
not the permit processing fee, the actual
Right.
charge
The
to
actual
use the
charge.
property,
Yeah.
the rental fee. Right,
So,
thank you.
yeah, you're not limited, well, you're limited to that tonight to the 5%, because that's what
Right.
you noticed it as.
Okay.
But
But that fee was never there before. Was it? The same?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
That fee,
they were-
that fee's
So,
always been there.
I think pulling it versus leaving something there for now and still bringing
increasing
it
it,
back.
right.
I would
Okay.
like to look at an increase for now, whatever that number is, and then we can bring it back.
Okay, wait, just
Okay.
hold the phone.
And that was just the wedding reservation fee?
no, all use of city property.
Okay.
Because that was the only new one, right?
That actually has been in there.
No, we've,
Wedding reservations was here before?
Yeah.
yeah, we've had fees.
Enforce that one.
And I think part of that is
Feel
just
like
looking
every-
to
Oh,
see
yeah,
what
couple
other
of bucks.
cities are charging,
State of
that's,
California.
yeah, the state, what,
Yeah,
kind of that.
okay.
Okay.
All right, so,
Okay,
should we
well,
close the public?
Oh, yeah.
I got one.
Oh, okay, well,
Hey, on the winter fee of pay for 2 and get 5 free, it says remove, but then it says pay for 4 and get 3 free for the spring and fall. Are you trying to say you want to take the pay for 3 and get 4, pay for 4 and get 3 for the winter time, the same period?
Yeah, we're talking, we suggested that the 5 for 2, we abolish that and just go for a straight 4 for 3. all the way through starting.
Pay 4, get 3.
Exactly.
Get 3 additional.
Yeah.
Oh, so
Pay
you're not
4,
doing
get
3
3.
different fee structures throughout the year, you're just doing 2, a summer rate and the rest of the year?
That's what we're proposing, the summer
Okay.
rate nightly, and then, right now, we're doing 3. What we're saying is people aren't coming over for the 2 for $5. They're still gonna come over for 4 for $3. It's just simpler, streamlining it, and nightly fee, and then October 15th, it goes 4 for $3, clear through till June 15th.
Okay.
Okay. That's not what it says in the form, but if that's what you mean.
So we'll amend it to state what he means.
4 for $3 all year.
All winter.
Oh.
Oh, when?
Yeah,
Oh, it's the
winter.
dates that,
Yeah.
yeah, the dates that don't, except,
So it'd be October 15th through June 15th.
Correct, basically, that's what we're looking at.
okay.
Okay?
Thank you. Well, if there's no other comment, any public comment now that you've heard some of this? No? Okay, we'll close the public session, public hearing. And council?
I think there's a legitimate argument to go 5%.
I would agree with that.
I would say so.
Yep. Okay.
I will so move.
Okay,
Okay.
with the exception of the appeal fees, which we're gonna leave at the same rate?
So the
Yep.
appeal fees will remain the same.
For
We will
appeal
leave on the
fees.
facility fees for right now, but we're going to bring back to you with an evaluation of other cities, and then leave the booths on for right now also, but Dan will come back with some comparables.
And then we'll make the adjustment to the harbor fees as just discussed by the harbor master.
To note, October 15th through June 15th.
Okay.
Perfect. Second.
No further comments? Call for the vote.
All ayes.
How come Michael's church farther than you?
Because I'm.
That was a lot of work from finance,
Yes,
thank you.
thank
Well,
you.
from everybody, but finance, thank you.
We will hear from the businesses in the harbor.
Are you ready, Mayor?
Yeah, I didn't know if we needed to wait for him, but go ahead. Item number 7?
Item number 7 is to reject the medical cannabis delivery permit application appeal. At the last city council meeting, you heard the appeal from the applicants, and they were supposed to provide some type of proof to city staff at the time of authoring this, and as well as today, I have not received anything to provide to you, and they are in the audience.
Yes? At the last, come on up. At the last council meeting, we gave a deadline of 1 week to come up with the paperwork, and I don't know how you all might have missed that.
Okay, because I found the papers.
Okay,
And we were just waiting for today. I'm sorry, I misunderstood when you said bring it back to her in a week.
it needed to be back in, well, again, there's another misunderstanding, but it was supposed to be back in a week so that we could put the,
You gave us 2 weeks.
No.
No, she said that we had to have the paperwork to her in a week.
yes.
The meeting was in 2 weeks, but we were supposed
Yeah.
to have the paperwork back to her. Okay, well, anyway, thank you for your time.
Yes.
And I'm sorry that this turned out the way it is. But before we leave, I would like to, go Pam, that was awesome tonight. I'd like to extend my apologies for any inconveniences that we might have caused you guys over this. It was just that we were trying to create a venue for us to finance some vocational training for the school. And that's all that we've actually been working towards since 2016, so that we could find a way to finance a way to finance vocational training at the school, because we realize there's a need for this, and we know
Yes.
that the government can't pay for everything. So we were hoping that this was gonna be like a way to do it publicly, like through private financing, like a lot of companies are trying to do now, like with paving the streets and whatnot.
Right.
So, I really feel bad that we missed that, and I misunderstood that, because actually when I got home that night, I actually did have those things with me at the time. I just didn't realize that's what I was looking at. They were giving us city ordinances, they weren't giving us applications.
And it didn't have the dates.
Yeah, they were just giving us city ordinances, they were never giving us applications, these are them. But, too late, so. I don't know why they were giving us city ordinances when we were asking about applications. Maybe, I don't know, maybe they saw two old ladies asking about the cannabis business and thought, we just want information, we don't actually want an application, so that's. Well, if it's any consolation, you know, it doesn't mean that in the future, the city might determine that it's going to open up the thing again. So the work that you've done certainly may, you know, come in handy. You may be able to use it at a future date. I just feel really bad that I didn't understand that I was supposed to bring stuff back. But that was a pretty stressful night for both of us. So.
Yes, I understand that as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
If I could also just add that part of, I know that you're interested in the community program for outreach. One of the requirements of the licensees is to develop a community program. So what an option you may have, at least for the first year, is to work with one of those two, because there is the ability to work with them to fit what you want to do with their application. Because they have to, they have to, there's a community outreach component in the granting of the permit. So what I'm suggesting is
I would love for that opportunity for us to work with anyone who got the license, that if they want to work with us so that we can, because I mean, we already have the background on how to put the training together and what's going to be needed and all that stuff. We have all of that. So so if they want to reach out to us and help us fulfill this, because this was our only goal. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, well, based on the evidence that we received, I'm going to make a motion that the appeal be denied. Thank you very much for your time.
Second. Thank you both for all your work.
Yes, I know it's been a lot of work.
Is there a second?
No?
I'll second it.
Second.
Okay, call for the vote.
All ayes.
The third item, the eighth item in general business is appointment to fill 3 expiring terms on the Planning Commission. And I'll let the mayor take this one over.
First of all, I want to thank, there were 10 applicants for the 3 positions on the Planning Commission. One of those folks did not qualify, meet the residency requirement. I had the opportunity to interview all 9 of the applicants. And I guess what I was looking for when considering the appointments was a balance on the commission. Some of the first questions I asked, like, do you rent your home? Do you own your home? Do you rent and also own something? Do you rent, own, and have a CUP on property? So for that diversity on the council, it was interesting. All of the applicants have, for the most part, have been long-term residents of Avalon. So I enjoyed that, but some of the people also had that experience from living on the mainland and living in other places and see how things operate in other world. I asked them for long-term goals, and I was impressed that some were very prepared to talk about long-term goals in Avalon, which is wonderful. Talked a little bit about the role of a commissioner as more than just, and I'm not going to put down what anybody has done in the past. However, being a little more proactive on things that it be generated at the Planning Commission level, and not so much that we have to think of other things as well, because we're busy talking about a lot of other items. All of the people were very willing to work a little harder than just, a meeting a month, which last year was only 10 meetings in the year. The majority of them were willing to go to training or take part in things on the mainland. And one of the first things that I would like to see done, because it hasn't been done with all of the commissioners in the past, is that we bring over a training person to really talk about what planning is and what the roles are and what they can do. But so in doing that, I came up with 3 names: Cindy Morris, Paula Patterson, and Micah Phillips. Again, I tried to balance the commissioners with the ones that are currently sitting here so that we had a kind of a diversity. and not a lot of duplication, because there are a lot of people that think alike, and that's fine. But I think to get the maximum out of the conversations up at the dais, I was pleased with what I came up with. These are only my recommendations, and the council can do with as they please. But okay.
I will move the mayor's recommendations, and then we'll have a comment after this.
Okay.
I will second the motion to approve your recommendations, and I also want to say, Mayor, that I really respect the time that you took to interview all of the applicants. That I think you could have read through the applications, and I really commend you for going a step further and for developing questions, and all the conversations that we've had over the last 4 years, and just, you know, broadening the perspective of the commission, you know, providing more education for them. You know, I really feel heard by you, and I just really commend you in the work that you did. And then I personally served as a planning commissioner for many years with Bruce Fertig and Chuck Martin, and want to, as a previous fellow commissioner, want to thank them for their service.
And Tim Tyler, too.
And I wasn't actually part of Tim, but to thank Bruce and Chuck. Bruce was a tremendous support to me personally, and guided me, and was really just a person for me to sit down with before every meeting and understand what a lot of the topics meant. And then, of course, Tim Tyler and the years that he stepped in and served for the community. So those are my personal comments.
And was there a second?
I seconded.
Oh, okay.
And my only comment is we're going to have 3 freshmen on there, so it's going to be a learning curve.
And that's why the education is important. And Eric has been on the commission now for quite a long time, has a large planning background and whatever. So I think everybody will pitch in and help. And go ahead.
I was just wondering, I know that when we vote on these people, the commissioners, who does the process of saying who's the commissioner? That we just, do they switch out whoever's?
No, they vote in the chair every.
They vote in the chair every year?
chair every 2 years.
They do?
But there's a provision that you amended the municipal code 4 years ago, which puts term limits on chair and vice chair, so they have to rotate.
Okay.
Right.
So is that a 2? Okay.
I think it's a 4-year.
4-year term. Okay.
Right.
2-year term as a, okay.
Unless nobody's supposed to be chairman.
And my other comment was that we did have a bounty of applicants, and I think there were, you know, not just the interest, but the experience would be terrible to waste, and that I'm hoping, you know, I mentioned if we could have some city commission groups, subgroups or something, so those people could be encouraged to participate, maybe get a little more up to speed as to what the Planning Commission is working on, continue their interest in serving, and also do some studies on some issues that the Planning Commission doesn't have time for either. So,
yeah. But I think we did have joint meetings with them at one time, didn't we, Amanda? I thought that was kind of helpful.
December joint meeting for the growth ordinance.
Yeah.
Right.
but
So it's
on
just
other
kinda
issues too.
Okay.
So there's a motion and a second. Call for the vote.
All ayes.
And would like to welcome the 3 of you here. Cindy's not here, but welcome the 3rd, Micah and Paula. And I believe they will be sworn in at the
There's
first.
There's a meeting tomorrow night.
So you better be ready.
I know, but there was
6 o'clock.
something about them not being ready. We had a discussion. Oh, because this goes through the end of June, so really it is July. They will start the 3rd week in July, the 3rd Wednesday in July.
Right, so I would suggest maybe you come to tomorrow's meeting and watch the sausage being made.
Yeah. And again, on the proclamation that we have, were we going to save that for tomorrow's meeting, or the one for Bruce?
Yeah, I thought it was for the.
So we'll do it for
At the Planning
At the Planning Commission?
To tomorrow?
Okay.
I just know it's ready.
I do too. I know we all
what your
signed.
direction was to the
Okay, I
staff.
don't either. So you'll have that, Amanda, for tomorrow? Well, we can read it and then send it if he's not going to be here or something, okay? And of course, we'd like to put a little something together for Chuck after 17 years of service. He's been a great asset to the commission as well. And yeah, he and Bruce have been incredible. And Tim, thank you for pitch hitting as a substitute. And we may be coming forward with the need for another alternate in the near future. So, okay. Item number 9.
Item number 9 is a professional services agreement with On the Wing Falconry. As you know, this service has been provided to the city. I want to say it's been since 2011, 2012 maybe. And we have been with the same professional service provider. I think he's in the audience, or he was.
He was. He had to put his birds to sleep.
Oh.
So,
not to sleep, to sleep.
To bed.
To bed.
So there's been a couple issues with the current contract. We had, in order to make it so we could pay for it, we have an agreement with the chamber, and they help pay for a portion of it, as well as, so then we cut 6 weeks out, we thought during our slowest time, so the end of December through the first part of February, so there was no bird abatement at that time. But what we found is during that time, the seagulls became aggressive, the numbers increased. We received complaints here at City Hall, as well as the chamber received complaints. And speaking with the falconer, he said, it just doesn't work not having that service for that long of a time. So we've been negotiating with, I just got one blank on his name, but anyway. With Rocky, how we could provide the service for a cost that the city could afford and the chamber could sustain. And we've come up with 2 options for you to consider. After talking to 1 or 2 of you today, if we're not inclined to maybe negotiate to go into a 3-year contract, we could try the 1 year. I don't know what other options we have for this bird abatement. In the past we did other things, but that we had to stop doing that because like the filament, I'm sure a lot of you remember how we used to put that across the harbor and across some buildings, and then the birds would fly into it and get injured, and we couldn't do that anymore. So if you have any questions on the contract.
So these numbers have both been agreed upon by Rocky? And Rocky's in agreement with either A or B?
Yes.
So
my understanding is, and so the 6-week time period, instead of doing it in 1 6 weeks, we could propose, or we have proposed, that it's spread out during our slower season, but not just all 6 weeks at one time.
So why wouldn't we automatically go for option A because it's less expensive? What am I missing?
Well, it's the complaints that some of you might have received, and I know you did during that time when there was no...
That 6-week period, that's the 6 weeks,
Yes.
I'm sorry. Okay.
Well, I think all of us have seen the benefit of having this program. I asked, but I appreciate that I guess it's not really our concern, but I wonder, we're paying $78,000, or as proposed, the chamber's paying $50,000, and then I don't know whether the Island Company shares in whatever ticket sales there are for the bird show. Is it a ticket that people buy? It's just I don't know.
If they pay a ticket, then we would get that 4% admissions from them for it.
And so there is a ticket?
Yes.
Okay, so there's some additional monies that relate to having these birds on the island, and I don't know whether our contractor shares in those or not. But just the amount that we're paying, it's a tidy sum. So I feel that because this contract's been in place, I mentioned to the city manager that I thought a year would be appropriate, and maybe in that time we may decide to go out to bid. I did look up, the state of California last year in 2016 issued 23 permits, and the person that I talked to at the state didn't have the current for 2017, but it was substantially more. So I think people are having an interest in this, are willing to go through the education and the training. It's quite extensive. I mean, you don't want to hire just anybody to do this, but they have to qualify for the state permit. And it may be that the market will provide us with other options that we might want to look at.
So, and this thought just occurred to me is that I know that we had a huge problem with how Rocky was going to be able to house his birds, and first he was over at our casitas, and then anyway, the island company has let him.
And I wouldn't want to interfere with that relationship.
Well, and just how many years contract they have.
Right.
Bringing in another falconer, so we would have to also address where the birds would be housed.
And where the falconer would be housed was the other issue, and
he has housing.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
And I was going to make a clarification, but actually Mr. Dave Long is in the audience now, that the falconry program that's out at Descanso right now is not connected with the abatement program that Rocky Post does. Oh. It was at one point, but the current purveyor of the falconry experience at Descanso is a separate.
House the falcons.
But
house the birds.
But the birds are housed out there. Yes. Please. But just when we're talking about the admissions tax, they're not, as my understanding, they're not the same birds.
Oh, they're not. Oh.
Go ahead, tell us.
Dave Long, 24 Pebbley Beach Village, and I own Catalina Falconry, which is the provider of the falconry experience for the beach club.
Oh.
They are separate, but very much joined in a kind of a casual partnership where we house the birds together. The birds, just for clarification, the birds that are used for abatement are on an abatement permit that's its own U.S. Fish and Wildlife permit. The birds that operate under the education permit are different, and they do not cross over back and forth. But we do house them in the same area, and the relationship that we have between On the Wing and Catalina Falconry is outstanding. Regarding the question I heard just a moment ago, there's sales that are available through any of the island companies' ticket booths, as well as online, where a person that wants to participate in falconry experience can purchase a ticket. The 4% tax to the city is collected at that time. So financially, the two businesses are separate.
Okay.
Did that clarify any questions?
No, I'm good.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, my point just was, regardless of whether there's money coming in from that program, it's a substantial amount that the city is paying out, and I'm not saying we don't need the service, but we certainly want to get, not pay more than we need to.
Right.
So if there is a market competition maybe impacting this, I think it'd be worth looking at in a year. So that was why I thought a year contract would make the most sense.
Well, any other comments by any of the other council members before?
I am not totally put my thoughts together yet. I guess what I'm trying to say is I've seen just the tremendous amount of work over the last several years that city staff has put in with Rocky, and just trying to make this work, and trying to, mitigate the concern of the cease and desist order. I would be more inclined to do a 2-year contract and to have something in place and take our very extremely limited staff resources and knock out a couple other projects this year, and then could we split that difference of 3 years down to 2 years and come back? And that way staff can set something aside for just a bit.
That's a very good point.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So if that's the case, then I would motion for that.
That'd be a good idea.
Well, and then it's interesting.
Which option? A or B?
Oh, I'm sorry. If I am hearing correctly, obviously I'd prefer to go less money, but the actual concern in the winter time is, it is what it is. So I would propose option B, to have year-round coverage.
Second.
with shorter periods of not having them.
I'll second that.
And
No,
Dave,
option B is year-round.
Year-round.
Right.
There's no downtime.
No downtime.
No downtime.
Oh, what happened? Oh.
That's good.
I'm sorry, Annie. Sorry.
Oh, and I just wondered if, Dave, do you kind of, because you know enough about the abatement business, right? I mean, so that 6 weeks of downtime, do you think it would, in your opinion, professional opinion, do you think we shouldn't have that downtime at all?
First of all, I'm not here to negotiate on any part of Mr. Post's contract. But to answer your question, you've already answered your own question. We've already seen the effect of when there is no protection in the harbor and waterfront, just what the birds do.
Okay.
And so I'm not in a position to make any particular recommendation, but having that long break, I think there might certainly be some other options you should consider.
Okay, thank you.
On the wing falconry. There is a big difference when we have the time off during the 6 weeks or whatever it is, between the 25th to the 2nd of February. And last year, we had great weather through that time period. So there was a lot of people, and there was a lot of, I mean, there were several complaints, people getting their, bless you, people getting their hamburger stolen, their plates stolen, and we used to do a food comp survey, part of one of their parameters that they're supposed to work with the Blue Water, but unfortunately we had trouble getting that information from them, but we did get it from Descanso, and it was pretty extensive through the winter months. You're losing, you know, $1,000 or whatever dollars in food comp meals.
Right.
So it's very important that we keep that through the winter.
Okay.
One reporter's opinion that's been following it from the get-go.
Good to know.
Right.
Good to know.
And then why don't we fund it partially out of the harbor fund?
Oh, that's a great question.
Why is it funded out of the sewer fund?
Because it's sewer.
Cease and desist.
Yeah.
But the birds are making the mess in our harbor.
You could switch the funding to harbor.
Or partial from both.
Or partial, maybe?
Whatever
Yeah.
fund
That could
can
be.
support it.
Okay,
Which would be great.
yeah. Sorry, JJ.
So wait, let's back up a little bit here.
So you still want that service, JJ?
Okay, well, let me rethink this a little bit. No, I mean, the water issue is not the bird. The water issue is not the birds.
Right.
The water issue was a different issue on the sewer lines. Wasn't never the birds.
No, it was the
I
bird.
disagree.
It's not the birds.
No,
So-
but maintenance of harbor facilities is improved when there's not bird poop on them. I mean, it's acidic,
Right.
it destroys, so,
But yes, you're 100% right.
yeah.
However, sounds good to me.
I think it's a great
You can
idea.
argue the
call.
percentage, I think
think it's a
that,
great
Good call,
idea.
yeah.
I think I misunderstood. The difference in the two prices is one of them doesn't have the 6-week break.
Right.
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 Did I hear you say that there was consideration of spreading that 6-week break out across the year? So maybe every other month you take a week off, and it wouldn't have as big of an impact as the big giant
Isn't that the
6-week
big-
break.
But during, we would want it during our slower months, not during,
You would want the break during the slower
yeah.
months.
Well, I kind of like the,
I think we need to take some out of the building fund.
Isn't that what this is?
yeah, and it's interesting because the second year is less expensive than the first year.
Because
It
the
goes-
first year has an extra week in it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, all righty. Boy, that was being thorough. Okay, is there a motion and a second for
There is.
option B? Okay,
Wait, how do you want to direct the funding?
I'd like to split it 50/50.
You wanna amend your motion
Saltwater
to-
and
You gotta amend
harbor.
it, yeah.
What is it?
How about this, instead of committing to the percentage of
Sorry,
each
JJ.
funds, can we wait till, let my finance director figure out which fund can support it best?
Sure.
okay.
Fair.
We put it back on you, Bob.
Did you hear that, Bob? So you'll determine which fund can support it best.
Well, I think we were talking about a sharing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
So,
that's what I
okay.
was originally
I mean,
saying.
if
but-
it's just, instead of just saying 50/50, if we need to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
A
Not
share.
necessarily 50/50, but, okay.
Okay, great.
That's
I'm
what,
all about
I get it.
quality.
Okay,
Okay, motion on
Okay.
motion and a second, call for the vote.
All eyes.
Oh, this is the fun part, coming up on item 10.
No, well, yeah. 11 is really the fun part.
Yeah.
Where I play cards.
Who was my second? I'm sorry on that one.
Pam. No, Oli. Oli, were you
No, I
the
made the
second?
motion.
Oli made the motion.
You
and Cindy
seconded.
seconded.
You seconded.
Cindy
Made
seconded.
the motion, sorry.
Okay. Item number 10. You got your cards?
No. First, we're doing item number 10.
They're numbered.
That is item
That
10.
is number
That is
10.
number 10.
But they're numbered, in our packet, they're numbered, swapped. from
Oh,
what
and
our-
the agenda
from what
there,
our
on the
agenda
other way
is.
around.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
I'm looking at agenda as 10.
All right, so we're doing the housing.
On
You're doing
the
the housing.
agenda, item number 10 is the housing.
Discussion, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going out of order again.
This item was placed on the agenda per Councilmember Alber's request. So Pam, do you want to just
Sure.
read your?
The city council's heard more than several presentations about the low and moderate income funds that we have a legal obligation to spend them. And so I felt that it would behoove us to let's just do it. Let's look at the alternatives and try to see if we can reach some agreement. I'm going to make a pitch for what I think makes sense. I feel that the 40-unit project that was proposed previously, number one, requires water, and I don't know that we have a real sense of when that's going to come. And I also don't know that I want to be locked into our fortunes with the housing project impacting our review of the validity of whatever water resource is being presented and whether we're going to approve that. I also have a feeling that for our community, projects that have that many units are not really consistent with our town, with where I think we want to go, with traffic implications and so forth. So the 40 units is really not my idea of what we should do. What I am proposing is that we look at units that are available on the open market, that if we buy them, we negotiate and we buy them, and contract possibly with either the Saffron Group that already is managing properties here. There's somebody managing Sol Vista or the Eucalyptus Gardens, that they already know how to do income evaluations, to do all the paperwork for that. They know how to manage properties. The city doesn't want to be in that business. We don't have the staff for it. But I think that there is a way to do that and utilize local resources for that. It also has the benefit of being smaller infill properties that already have water, and also has the benefit of not having those properties turn into vacation rentals and completely being taken off of the housing market. Although I have to say that we need to hold back some monies. We've approved monies for the 216 East Whitley property to be brought up. We don't know exactly how much that's going to be, so I don't think we can go hog wild. And I also think that there might be some benefit to holding some money for low interest loans for people who get caught in the inspection process with having to do some sort of repairs, where we don't want them booting people out because it's something they can't afford to do immediately. But if it's a health and safety matter, it has to be addressed. It would give us some flexibility to make sure that we don't have an impact that we don't want to have as part of that inspection program.
Right. What about first-time homebuyers?
My feeling is that we've done a lot of first-time home buyers, that it benefited a certain segment of our community, but that it's an expensive program. And I don't know that at this point, when places are selling on the flats for over $1 million, that we can afford to do that program.
Yeah, a two-bedroom right next to me just sold for like $825.
Right. There is a real need. Also, in terms of you talk to the business owners, I can't find employees. You're talking about employees who need affordable rent. They're not people who are out there buying properties. The people who participated in the first-time home buyers are either own businesses or they were more established. Right. I think there's a segment in our community that we need to help that we haven't been.
Yeah. Well, we've got about $4 or $5 million, something like that. 4.8. Yeah, I don't know what's out there in the market right now, if there's any 2 and 3 plexes. However, I personally admit, I like that concept a lot, to do that, because I don't, and for all of the reasons you just listed, very eloquent. Thank you.
How much of that 4.8 has to be spent on low? Does anybody know?
I think it's low mod, and I just
That's
don't know
what
the
those-
exact
Okay.
I don't know what the exact
Who,
percentage.
we're paying someone right now to come up with all that stuff.
Yes.
Who is that?
RSG.
RSG, and I don't know, when are they supposed to get us that information, do we remember?
Yes, they were slated to come earlier, but they were waiting to get some figures from us.
Okay, so that we'll be
They're ready
seeing
to
them.
come.
We'll see them in July, so that'll be a good timing, because they were gonna have the criteria and the income levels and all of that.
And I will say, this is totally, I mean, any housing person would say, this is not how it's done. No, you have to look at this like a business, and are you gonna get back, is the capital and all of that? I don't believe that. The state said you can't use this money for anything else. So it's not, I think that it's silly to look at it that way. Sure, if we were going for a tax credit, it's gotta pencil out. There's nothing, I don't think we have to pencil it out here, except to be sure that we're complying with the law.
Okay. Do you want to continue this to the RSG report?
No, I want to authorize us to move forward.
But we don't know where we're going.
Well, we know that that we're gonna spend it, that we could buy properties, and then we just have to decide what the affordability requirements of the people who are gonna move into them.
But if the majority of that money has to be spent on low,
Doesn't matter. What's the diff?
Then what's the diff?
I'm just not convinced that we have that many low-income people living in Avalon.
We're talking about probably 16 units that we might be able to do. You don't think we have 16, let's say 8 families who would qualify for low-income property rental?
What's low, 32,000?
I have to tell you that just based on my going into places here, there are places that are not gonna pass that inspection, and the owners are gonna decide they're just out of the business. But the other part of that is that people should not be required to live in the places they're
Well,
living.
and people are living 2 and 3 families in a
Right.
unit.
And people are working
To
3
afford
and
that
4
one.
jobs to just afford
Yeah.
to pay 60% of their income for rent.
And if people didn't have to work 3 jobs and maybe could spend time with their children, it would be nice as well.
So I do think, and we talked about this at the Gateway Cities, that the state needs to do work to not disincentivize people to make more money. Because if you're gonna lose your housing, it's a big disincentive to improve your lot in life, and the state needs to address that. It's an unintended consequence of trying to help people. But the housing crisis is real. There are people who are leaving here because they can't afford to stay here.
I like your idea about using the money for, if the inspection program comes in and somebody gets red tape. I'm not sure what's the nexus between the affordability side of it and how much money we give a homeowner to bring his house up to, or landlord to bring his house up to code?
Well, first of all, wait, can we give money to a landlord that's not low income? Because you have low income people in it?
So there are programs where, based on the income level of the tenant, but
Okay.
obviously, I don't want to give money to somebody who
Yeah.
could afford to, who's just a slumlord.
Right.
But there are instances where somebody's doing the best they can.
Right.
They're providing affordable housing, or semi-affordable housing, right? Or, and they just haven't been able to keep up the maintenance.
Right.
I don't know. It just occurred to me that that might be, I'm not talking about a huge amount. I'm just saying maybe 250,000 we hold back for that kind of program.
I think programming has merits. I think there's also some knowledge gaps.
Is the knowledge gap what we don't know that these people are gonna be telling us in 2 weeks?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's one of the things.
They're gonna tell you, you have to spend 75% of it for a certain income level, or 25, or whatever the numbers are gonna be. It's not gonna change what the house cost that's on the market now. It's just gonna change who you put in there once you buy it.
Right. And if nobody qualifies and we buy it, then we sell it again and we make some more money. Because property values just keep going up,
Trust
right?
me, there are people who
Somebody
will
will take it.
qualify.
I know. We
Somebody will
know,
take it.
we know.
That's what I think.
Yeah. Well, that is, for me, yeah, to just sit on that money seems ridiculous. And I don't know, Ole, what the concept's
It's
about.
beyond ridiculous, it's unlawful.
Right.
We're gonna lose the money if we don't spend it.
When is the
Why would
deadline?
we-
Well, the
on
right deadline is, it's a couple years away. Depends on whether you have a surplus. So right now, we calculated, we don't have a surplus, we have a deficit, it's about 438, but in a couple years, that deficit will turn into a surplus, and then we have to spend the surplus money. So it's not forever, but, you know, the time's coming when you're gonna have to start spending that money.
And I'm just gonna remind you, ERAF, I mean, the state always comes up with, oh, we need money for this thing or that thing, and we're gonna take your housing money. I mean, or we're gonna take your redevelopment money. It happens all the time. All it requires is a recession or something else, and it's the right thing to do.
Yeah.
I mean, we all recognize it's a need in our community.
Okay.
All right. Well, I'm gonna make a motion, and if I don't get a second, I don't get a second.
I was
Unless
just
you
waiting
wanna-
for everybody to finish. I had just a couple. I definitely love the idea of holding back some funds for inspection mitigation. I know that we've allocated, I don't know exactly how much money we allocated to the East Whitley project. I would like to reestablish a funding source for the first-time home buyers. I personally know 2 people who are not business owners that benefited from that program, and I felt extremely pressured to make a decision about taking that away previously, and I'd love to try to bring something back that just maybe feels a little bit better. Today, I'm not in favor of buying up other properties in town, primarily because we have East Whitley that we've had for so many years that we just haven't, it hasn't been utilized the way that we thought, or the way that I understood it was supposed to be used. And I don't know how much, I just don't feel like I have enough information to really make a decision to decide to go out and buy more properties. I just don't have enough information. But I am in favor of
What
3
kind of
other.
information would you be looking for?
Well, I'd like to know how much money are we looking to spend? What will that give us? I'd like to know what the requirements are for the housing. I mean, for $4.8 million, obviously we wouldn't be using a total of $4.8 million. So what if that number comes to $2 million that we're willing to spend on properties? That's possibly 1, maybe 2 properties.
It's not worth it. If that's all you are thinking of, it's not worth it to do that.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I just feel like I need more information to make the decision of going out and spending. If you're talking about spending $4.8 million, then I'd love to see a proposal of what that would provide. How many housing units would that provide? How many, what's on the market? How many housing? I mean, the city does have a real estate agent that we could reach out to and gather some additional information. Don't we have a contract?
No.
Oh, I thought we did.
Isn't East Whitley zoned for 12 or 14 units?
8.
8 plus bonus?
8 includes the density bonus.
Since there's 4 there now? Thereabouts.
And the tear down.
I wanted to just make a really quick suggestion. One of the things that they talked about, I think at our COG conference, was that a lot of cities are having to look to increase density. And we all know that's what we're doing, infill development. So once we have our information from RSG, perhaps utilizing some of our unappointed commissioners and a couple of commissioners to create explore options to create housing, perhaps by increasing density, whether it's helping facilitate the new accessory dwelling unit legislation where people who have single-family residences now can add a second unit. It doesn't come with the same type of restrictions that density bonus did, but if it's income restricted, that of course would lay over it. So there may be some ways to increase density. I think there are some blighted properties out there that we could probably get at a pretty good price that you could bring up to an acceptable standard, but I'm not a contractor, so we'd want to ask those questions. So perhaps there's an opportunity to we had a housing committee once before, and maybe we recreate that and have them have a couple of brainstorming sessions and see if there's some out-of-the-box things that we're not thinking about. But I think we're shopping in a store with, that's what's on the shelves, and we've got to spend our money. Every year, the money buys us less. So I think if we just keep waiting for the perfect opportunity, it's never going to occur. So
The one thing we don't have is land. And
Right.
my sense is, based on what happened with the hospital, what I see what's happening in other situations, that the opportunities there are not very good. And when's the last time the city created an affordable unit? What have you guys done to increase housing in the city? The 216 property, Whitley property was purchased in 2006, I think, 2006. So for 12 years, nothing happened with that property. And I guess you could blame the former city manager, but I think sometimes, you know, the decision rests here.
Right.
Well, I think our conversation here for the last couple of years has very specifically been put low-income people in that housing. Unfortunately, you know, it does fall on the shoulders of the city manager from that time that didn't move forward, that wasn't interested in moving out of his own unit, and, you know, unfortunately, we lost another
But that
department
says
head
that you
partially
recognize that
because
there are
of it.
people who need that housing, and those people still exist, if not even more people exist in that category. So if you recognize that the 216 East Whitley property is appropriate for lower moderate income property, however, this study says we're supposed to use this money, I guess I'm not understanding why you wouldn't say, then there's probably other properties where we don't have to worry about somebody giving us the land. We don't have to worry about the water. If we could do it within the next several months, that's.
And what, Ole, you were getting on? Were you getting to that we could throw another 4 units at 216 East Whitley?
Or maybe more if we upzone it.
Yeah, if we upzone
And
it.
that's property we do own.
Right.
Yeah,
And it might be, to me, it might be,
more sense.
yeah, make more sense financially to build something on land that we own and then get somebody else to run it for us than to go out and buy an overpriced piece of property that's on the market.
That kind of makes sense, too.
I mean,
Well, do we know if they're overpriced or what's available unless we go out and look?
Well, you check the island, there's, what, triplex for 1.2?
No,
Whitley?
actually, there's that's on a triplex, it's a fourplex. A fourplex.
Well, any of us can look at that. I mean, any of us can go to the real estate offices and get that and bring that back to see if it makes sense. Because I think we're saying we want to do housing, so when we get this other information, then we
Okay.
look at what,
But we can't just do, I mean, that's just not going to appear in a closed session for negotiation. Either we agree that we're going to do that and we develop a plan to make that happen, or it doesn't happen, which is why I asked to have this here and I asked to have that property put on the closed session. And my feeling is that, I think everybody's kind of got their idea about it, and let's just vote. If there's no interest in doing it, I'm not going to waste my time pushing for an idea that's either not developed sufficiently, and that's why you're voting against it, and I respect that, I appreciate that. Or maybe some of you have some other ideas, and this will stem something that'll be on the agenda next week, or next meeting. That's,
okay, then I pay 1, 2, and 3. Pursue new development options, adopt a plan to spend funds, reestablish a funding source for first time.
Right, but I think we need to, we already need to hold back funds for East Whitley. And I really like the idea of holding back funds for inspection mitigation.
Yeah.
my recollection is that East Whitley, his number was 300,000?
I wanted to say it was in the middle 200s, but I can't remember.
Okay, so 300.
We didn't ever get did we get some back from?
We approved just to do the sewer lateral for
Right.
30,000. And then we were gonna put an interim, something to hold it for about 3 years as we were working toward the solution of making it dense. Okay, and so we were talking maybe putting 25, 30,000 a unit for that time in. And some of those would have been not throwaway costs, but you know, you would be getting rent back in and it would cover that amount of money. And then we'd be looking at that time how we make that dense. And one of those was a tear down. And then,
So the thing with the East Whitley property is because we own the land, tax credit financing works. It's not a hard thing to do. The reason with the 40 unit why it didn't work is there was going to be some land cost that was on top of the construction cost.
So I
don't see the point of holding back money for this project, for the East Whitley project, because there will be a developer who says, I don't have to pay for the land, I'm just looking at tax credits to finance the construction of these units, I'm all in.
So I think where we stopped is that we had a whole range of solutions, of possible alternatives and solutions, and we were exploring those, and then we just abruptly stopped. And none of those really didn't have a decision except for East Whitley, and so really it's like I think the study showed that we needed about 545 units on the island of low mod. I mean, it was significant. And how do you supply that and still keep that per unit cost down? I think what the 53 unit proposal was, it was for that $5 million, and so you were basically for about $100,000 a unit providing that much, whereas if we went out and purchased, you'd be $250, $300, $400 per thousand per unit. So it's really just to get the bang for the buck, and then that's just the low mod needs. Then there's the other type of employee, just like a city employee needs housing, so you can get a finance director.
Right, but we can't use.
I know, but it is just there's all kinds of things that we need to address. This was just one piece of it. So do you have all the information you need in front of you to make that decision? And that's where we stopped. Is we were only going ahead with East Whitley just as a short term, and then we were trying to take the next baby step, and that's what RSG was about, was to provide us more information to get us through that. Whatever, how many units that we're going to do at East Whitley if we make that decision. And then what can we do to leverage, because we were hearing from the county that there was additional ways to leverage that $5 million, so get that bang for the buck. And so that's, I think, the exploration that we were trying to head on with.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Sacramento decided that housing was too hard and they don't have any money available.
Okay, well that's where we stopped.
Okay. And that's why you stopped, too.
So I guess because you're just discussing and directing staff, do we want to wait till we get RSG or their response in a couple of weeks or not?
I'm going to make a motion to authorize staff to bring properties, and the city council would approve purchase of properties for whatever's remaining after you subtract $600,000 out, which would cover the East Whitley improvements and the $250,000 or $300,000 for the repairs for inspection related issues.
Housing Authority. We'd
have to come up with some program for that, but
I'll second that.
Okay, so say it again, Pam.
So we would have roughly $4 million to spend on properties that are available on the market, and staff would be directed to look at multiple unit properties and make some determination if they felt it was worth bringing it to the city council to approve a negotiation to purchase them.
Would you also throw in the enhancement of Marilla for East Whitley?
Yeah, I did. Well, I think Bob felt that the $300,000.
No, I mean, no, for it.
Again, if the way that housing and tax credits work, if you own the land, tax credits are not going to be a problem, and we don't have to put money in on a tax credit financed property.
Was that a true statement?
In other words, it lowers the cost so much. Yeah. I mean,
you'd have to have a developer agreeing, and there's a certain number of units that they're going to want to participate.
Yeah, because they needed, how many up there? They needed 50 or 40 to make it work. But you're saying without the land. But and the land cost they never even got to, I don't think.
So that's why we were able to do the senior project, the bird park. We negotiated zero land cost for other things that we did in connection with the properties that the island company owned in Triana. We put in all of the sewer and the infrastructure in exchange for not having land costs related to that, and that's how we made those projects work. Those are not 40-unit projects.
Right, right.
There were no land costs.
Well,
Oh, there's a land lease, it's just, there's fees waived.
so,
There's no land costs. Well, there's no land cost to the developer.
so I don't mind Steph, I don't know who that would be, is it Amanda or whomever would go and just check what's there in the listings and just kind of get a look at them, but unless we know, we can talk about how much per unit we're willing to do, because we don't know that, and how much work those places will need, that would be Bob would have to take, or the building official would have to go and take a look at those to see what it would take to get them up to snuff.
And I have a question for staff. Denise, the agenda item that didn't make it on the agenda tonight, would that fall under number 1, pursue new development options? So I'd like to include that as well, if you would be willing to include that.
I don't know what that refers to.
Well, I'd like to keep open the option to pursue new development options. You're talking about making a motion to
So there's been some
use-
overture from the island company to do another project? Is that
No.
Why
what
would
you're
you
referring
say
to?
that? No.
I don't know. I don't
No,
know
I'm
what
not.
other development
I
options.
don't have discussions with the island company.
No. So I guess I don't know,
Well,
understand what that refers
well,
to.
maybe it would
I
be
don't know
like
how much
adding
I can
those
say.
units up at, as East Whitley. Instead of us building them, we work with somebody else. Or maybe if we took this property, we've got some property here where these casitas are, maybe we would want to look at something like that, and maybe we wouldn't have the money and want to bring somebody else in. I don't know.
Are we, really? Are we working on that?
No, we're just talking.
Oh, okay.
Because there was, I mean, Bob had talked about, we do have a casita
Right.
here.
No, I know that, I understood that there were some discussions about not low and moderate housing on the city property.
Pursue new development options means, from my perspective, from the way the motion is, existing properties that are for sale, or a wider net if there's other development properties out there that maybe are not for sale in someone's pocket right now, but could be developed. It's just basically
Okay.
bring a net
So in
of
other words, existing,
properties for the city to purchase, up to $4 million allocated in the motion.
okay, so not necessarily on the market, but might be available for purchase.
Correct.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm totally misunderstanding.
I just got that whispered in my ear.
Okay. That makes perfect sense to me. That's completely in line with what I'm proposing.
Correct. Okay, there's a motion, right? A Pam motion with a little.
And then, I'm sorry, lastly, was there, because it wasn't actually written on here, holding back funds for inspection mitigation?
Yes,
Was-
that was
300,000?
300,000.
Okay.
That's for the Whitley, right?
No, in addition to Whitley, that's 3 for Whitley and 3 for the
Right.
inspection.
So a pot of 600. I mean, I
Yes.
think Bob's
Right.
indicating, and I trust, because he seems to be really good at this, that it's not going to be 300 to do the East Whitley property, so.
Okay, so if there's a motion
There's a motion.
and adjusted and all of that, and there's a second?
Yes.
Further discussion? Call for the vote.
See where we go.
All ayes.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. That was
You're
a
welcome.
good
Thank you.
discussion. That
Yes.
was a really good discussion.
Okay, item number 10, which is now 11 or something.
Okay, item number 11 is the very, very narrow issue of drawing cards for determination of potential tenants for the casino dock property. It would only extend to that due to the fact that the landlord is the island company, which rules out council members Hernandez and McGugan Cassidy, and one of the proposers for that property is someone that Ms. Albers has a income from because they were the former, they purchased the Metropole Cafe. So for the purposes of discussing the leasehold interest that the city has in terms of developing for a restaurant, we need to draw cards. This would not impact if there was a separate negotiation with the island company for that property and did not involve a tenant. Then you could participate. But this is just for that. So in the past, we've drawn cards. We've
Two
also, well, we've drawn cards twice, and we did straws 3 times a long time ago. So if the council's ready, I can open a fresh card deck and we can draw cards.
Wait,
Yes.
I have some questions.
Hang on,
I have
yes.
some questions before that pack gets opened.
Yes.
So I have literally been through the ringer with, potential conflicts of interest. I have abstained from every single item I've been given legal advice to. And I just would like for legal counsel to explain this on the record, because I have participated, really to protect both Richard and I. We've participated in discussions already with Megan Wright, Rick Staunton, Caleb, and Greg and Elizabeth. We've heard them at council, and separately, we have both abstained from any conversation that the landowner has had with the city and the remaining council members regarding that lease. And now, all of a sudden, they're being combined, and I'm feeling really uncomfortable about this, so I would just like you to put it on the record how this is
the
all
reason
laid
that
out.
we're looking at for this particular item is there potentially could be a deal involving a tenant and the island company. So you'd all have conflicts. And so because of that, we want to go ahead and have cards drawn so that we can discuss one particular deal that is the potential deal. It doesn't go beyond that. The law is you always try and minimize your conflicts, and if you can segment it, this is what we're doing. So there is one particular deal that we'd like to discuss with council.
Okay, so effectively, this is not a continuation of conversations previously. This is a whole new conversation about to start.
No. One of the proposers has brought something to the city that we'd like to discuss.
No.
Okay.
But it isn't, but it's tied in with the island company, and so the.
Right, that's
It's not, the applicants haven't proposed something.
Right. The island company has proposed something that we need to draw straws because it involves one of the tenants, or involves the tenants, and then one of the tenants is Ms. Albers receives income from, so we have to draw straws.
Okay, but then again, if the 3 people who determine that they don't want to move forward with the island company, and then we're back with these 3, I mean, now we're, like, if I potentially, have invested a significant amount of time in this, and if it comes back that I don't draw a card, which is fine, that's the process, but then if the island company, if that doesn't go forward, are we back to the discussions, or is the decision made tonight that these are the 3 people that are only going to negotiate the city lease?
Only if this one particular issue comes forward. If it doesn't, and for instance, let's just do a hypothetical, that the city resolves its issue with the island company in terms of a long-term lease for that property, and then we're back to 3 separate people voting for the restaurant, then everyone could participate.
Except for me.
Other than
Except for me.
Pam.
Yeah.
So it's just a matter of what we have, if we want to have a discussion on one particular aspect immediately.
I just
And so
feel
we need
it's
to-
very muddy, and given, politically, professionally, all of that of what some of us have gone through, I just want it to be crystal clear so that I don't go out on the street and start getting
Okay.
accused of, violating this and violating that.
I mean, the
So I'm
alternative
just
is that
trying to
we could vote that we don't want to entertain the proposal.
But you can only entertain a proposal if you know what the proposal is.
That's true.
And again, by drawing cards, you're given immunity by the state for the
Right.
mere drawing of cards.
I mean, really call it a setup if you
Well,
want to,
I
but
can-
I want
I
it
can
on the
kinda
public
guess
record,
what the
so
I
can-
understand
proposal is. Does that
I understand.
count?
Yeah.
I
But
can
I'm
guess
forcing
what the
you to draw
proposal is.
cards.
Yes.
So
I have
you
no
are
idea, but-
immunized.
All right. Are we, okay,
All right?
is a winner high or low, and what's an ace?
We always, high is,
Ace
it's
is high.
traditionally been aces high.
Okay, ace is high.
Okay.
The high one.
You do it.
And the high one is the one that gets to participate.
Okay, and if two,
Ace high?
so if two aces are drawn, which holds precedent? Like the
Then we
hearts?
draw again between those two people. Okay, you see it's
And
brand new.
what if you get a joker?
I'm taking the joker out and the other joker out, as well as the Texas Hold'em
Instructions?
instructions and stuff like that. Okay. Fresh deck.
Roll up your sleeves.
This is really what we
Sounds
do in
familiar.
closed session. This is really what we do in closed session.
Okay.
We need to.
People drawing the cards are
Cindy, Richard, and Pam.
Cindy, Richard, and Pam, which means the mayor will cut the deck.
Okay.
It's all your fault.
You're gonna,
Ladies first.
are you gonna lay them,
Ladies first.
lay them out?
Okay.
No, yeah.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, flip them. 1, 2, 3, flip.
King of hearts, oh.
Ace.
Ace.
Queen.
Oh my God, look at that.
Wow, that's pretty
Get it straight.
Wow, let's go play poker.
Who got the ace?
I did.
Yeah,
Oh, man, that's pretty
Okay.
good shot for them.
that was
There
amazing.
we go.
I had to take all of them.
You're out.
Okay.
Change.
Oh, here.
Come on.
Yes,
Queen.
okay.
King, queen.
Diamonds, did you?
Wow. Last time it was it like 2 and 3?
Last time you got a king, and I think I got a 3, and somebody got a 2.
All right.
Okay.
So we're ready for
Thank
closed
you.
Now we're going to go into closed session. We have a number of closed sessions. First is conference with real property negotiators. That's on 216 Whitley Avenue. Is that within 300 feet of your
Whitley?
property that you own?
Whitley?
Whitley?
No, I
No.
Okay.
live in Descanso.
I don't know about
Okay.
Ole.
Holy?
I'd have to do a
He's
little.
way up.
I would doubt it.
From all the way up to go all the way down to our East Whitley
Do
property?
your little GIS thing and see if Ole's within
300 feet?
300 feet of 206
216
Whitley.
Whitley.
No,
No, it would be
206
Marilla.
Whitley.
It would be Marilla.
No,
No.
Ole's
No,
house.
east, just
Ole's house.
just Whitley.
216.
216.
Is it 216?
Yeah.
Oh, how confusing.
Yeah, okay.
216.
Yeah.
300, I thought.
300.
300.
300. So we'll wait on that. Then we have public employee appointment, city manager with conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, 2 cases. One concerns a letter demand from Amanda Cook. The other concerns a letter demand from the Center for Freedom from Religion. And then last conference with real property negotiators. This is the Island Company property adjacent to the city fuel dock. On this one, due to the drawing of the cards, council members Cassidy and Hernandez will be recusing themselves.
Right, and I will also be recusing
Oh,
myself from the personnel matter
Yes.
involving Ms. Cook. We have been friends for a very long time. I gave advice and was here for the hearings, and I let her know it's not appropriate for me to
Right.
participate.
To avoid any appearance of impropriety. Sorry, I forgot.
Okay. All righty,
All right,
to the back.
so.
Oh, are we waiting
Hi, Chief,
for?
what's going on?
Are we waiting for Amanda to come
What's
back
going
with
on?
Ole's property, or does it matter?
We'll go back and.
We
Oh,
can
you
do,
wanted to
we
watch
can do
the
the
cards?
others before we get to that one.
Okay. Bye, everyone. Okay, Dudley? And we're back from closed session. Mr. Campbell?
Yes, on item number 2, public employee appointment, the city council has unanimously asked Denise Ratty to serve as city manager.
That's it?
That's it?
That's it?
That's it? We're out of
No
here.
other reportable action.
Thank you. And good night, Tony, and thank you, Dudley.